Okay, are we prepared? Is everyone ready? Am I ready? I don't know. I think I am. I think I'm ready. Ready, set, welcome to the Skyrim book reading stream. How's it going? Poggles? Poggers. My like antlers and my horns are too big for the camera. Obviously. Hello! There's so many people here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Tell me how volume is if I'm screaming or if our lovely like ambient Skyrim noises are screaming. Tell me. Let me know. Hi, Fenaria and Special Dog and Tantive and Fenaria. The wig. This is my Gandalf wig. Get a girl who can do both. This is 100% the wig I use for Gandalf. Hi Darkwolf, hi House to Believe, hi Team Miller, hi Virasaki, hi Soul Sickness, hi Linkit, Avery Kaga, hi. I'm sure I'm missing people because there's so many of you. Hello. How's it going? If I missed you, you should just say hello again. I hope you're doing well. Thank you! I'm really excited about how the makeup turned out. Do you see I did my research on, even though I've been playing Skyrim, I did my research on the little symbols and things. These horns I just made one time with a friend. I don't even know why we made horns. We just decided to make horns. So I just had these. I woke up like this. Horns too big for camera. Sorry, that's just, I don't know what to tell you. It's good to see everyone. So, unless you all have specific Skyrim stories you want me to read, I was thinking maybe we would read The Wolf Queen tonight. I've got a few other ones that sound like they're like beloved by the Skyrim community. If you want me to read Lusty Argonian Maid, I will extort you. So if you're really that horny for lizards, you have to give me 10 subs. I'm sorry. Collectively, you have to do it yourself. Or Riot, listen, I'll do it, but not for free. That's it. I'm not gonna read lizard smut for free. Feet pics are extra. That's how it goes. So that's where we're at. This is the one you wanted. I know, fun. I know that you mentioned it, and I was like, well, this looks like a good epic time. So. Yeah, so just Spatty, I fucking knew. Spatty! Well, fuck. Well, oh my god. Tantive, thank you. Thank you for the sub, Spatty. I'm losing my headphones. I don't know what's happening. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. That's ridiculous. You're ridiculous. Lizard Boner is strong with this one. So do we just do it? Do we just start with, it looks great. It's also just like super awkward on my head and I just don't want it to all fall apart, but it might, but it's fine. Do we just start? It was all for Yas to Believe. Yas to Believe, you have to say thank you to Spatty. That was all for you. Well, I guess I should have made it more. Well, so there's two parts. So the 10 subs for volume 1 of the Lusty Argonian Maid. And then if you all like really, really need more than that, we'll do part 2 for another 10 subs, because extortion. God, Spatty, thank you so much. You're so generous and kind and ridiculous. Should have made it more. Should have said 1 million subs. I should have said, give me $1 million and then I'll read your lizard porn to you. Well, here we go. All right. I guess we'll just start with that. Hold on. Lusty. I had them all bookmarked, but something about this versus the app doesn't work the same way. All right, here we go. Is everyone prepared? I made a hot toddy for this. Because I was like, if I'm going to be reading a lot I'm gonna need something to coat the throat. And then also alcohol, you know what I mean? So strapped in. All strapped in. Whiskey chai, hi, how's it going? Cheers. Cheers, team. Oh god, I'm losing coasters and shit. Cheers to the lusty Argonian maid. It's gonna be very embarrassing. Prepare yourself. Can someone tell me what this is? Nope. You just get to deep dive into it, baby. I feel the need for mead. Mead is a good call. Mead would work for tonight. Lusty Argonian Maid Folio by Crassius Curio. The Lusty Argonian Maid. Folio Edition by Crassius Curio. To the Arado family. When I showed up on your doorstep in Morrowind that day, I expected to be thrown back into the street and cast aside like sort of vermin. Instead, you offered me into the warmth and safety of your home. For that, I will be eternally grateful. Please accept this rare folio edition of my work as a sign of appreciation for your kindness. Crassius Curio. Act 4, Scene 3, continued. Lifts her tail. Certainly not, kind sir. I am here but to clean your chambers. I can't handle it already. Okay. Crantius Colto. Is that all you've come here for, little one? My chambers? Lifts her tail. I had no idea what you imply, master. I am but a poor Argonian maid. Crantius Colto. So you are, my dumpling, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and a shapely tail. Lifts her tail. You embarrass me, sir. Crantius Colto. Fear not, you are safe here with me. Just gonna drink a little bit real quick. I must finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not. Crantius Colto. Cleaning, eh? I have something for you. Here, polish my spear. Lifts her tail. But it is huge! It could take me all night. Crantius Colto. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. Scene. That's it. That's all you get for 10 subs. And if you really want part 2, 10 more subs. I'm sorry. Cool. Well, I'm sorry. Am I sorry? I don't even know. But that happened. That happened earlier on in the stream than I expected, to be completely honest with you. Breathe, Phoebe, breathe. This is a fun Marley. Breathe, Phoebe, breathe. Just gonna do that off camera-ish. If I can. If I can find a lighter, fun. Don't worry, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening over here. It's totally normal and fine. Totally normal. Totally normal. Everything's fine. Isn't this what everyone does on a Friday night? Haven't we all just cozied up to some lusty Argonian maid in the past? Should have let the alcohol flow a bit before we read this one. It's too late now. We've done it. Spatty, we did it. We did it. It happened. What more can we do, you know? You're loving this, yeah? Are you loving it? I do this every Friday night. Do you? Do you? Oh, man. It's a little spicy. It's a little spicy way to start the night, huh? All right, let me find... We don't want the biography of the Wolf Queen. We want the Wolf Queen. Here it is. Well, team, how far in? Oh man, you know what? I meant to record the stream just in case it gets DMCA'd. It shouldn't though, because it's all just like noises from... It's all just like Skyrim noises, right? I might start recording it now. So if that part got DMCA'd, sorry about it. Okay. Let's see. Lurking for dinner but listening. Okay, cool. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for being here, Fenaria. Start recording. Boom. There it is. It's as if the lusty Argonian maid never happened. Read lizard porn? That's more of a Saturday thing, is it? Do you have specific days laid out for different kinds of porn? Shouldn't. There's a podcast on Spotify doing this. Right. But do they use the background music of Skyrim? And did they find it on YouTube that also has rain sounds in it? Because that might be, I don't know. I mean, you're right. Shouldn't, and yet Twitch. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Some do. Yeah. Well, here we are. Shall we read about the Wolf Queen, everyone? Are we prepared? Maybe Sunday night, right after church. Right after church, read your lizard porn. Really stick it to Jesus. What? I don't even know. What does that even mean? What am I even saying? It's kind of like meal prepping. There's a course for every day. Do you do different courses for every day when you meal prep? Because that is dedication to the meal prep cause. I knew a few, in fact, who use Skyrim background sounds. Okay, but Virastaki, have you met Twitch? Have you met Twitch? Because even if, in theory, like, it's not DMCA-able, have you met Twitch? I hear what you're saying, though. I hear you. I do. Okay, Wolf Queen. Wolf Queen? Wolf Queen? Wolf Queen? Wolf Queen. Okay. Wolf Queen. Stick it to Jesus. You know what I'm saying? The Wolf Queen. By the way, I don't know how to pronounce any of these names, so sorry in advance. I'm just gonna do the best I can. I tried to look them up, and whatever. The Wolf Queen by Juan Yarth. The Wolf Queen, Volume 1. The Wolf Queen. Book 1 by Juan Yarth. Waun? Sure. From the pen of the 1st century 3rd era sage Montauk Kai. 3E63. In the autumn tide of the year, Prince Pelagius, son of Prince Uriel, who is son of the Empress Kintyra, who is the niece of the great Emperor Tiber Septim, came to the high rock city-state of Camlorn to pay court to the daughters of King Volstead. Her name was Quintilla, the most beauteous princess in Tamriel, skilled at all maidenly skills and an accomplished sorceress. 11 years a widower, with a young son named Antiochus? Probably not Antiochus. Antiochus. Pelagius arrived at court to find the city-state had been terrorized by a great demon werewolf. Instead of wooing Pelagius and Quintilla together, went out to save the kingdom. With his sword and her sorcery, the beast was slain, and by the powers of mysticism, Quintilla changed the beast's soul to a gem. Pelagius had the gem made into a ring and married her. But it was said that the soul of the wolf stayed with the couple until the birth of their first child. Tom Smith? Tom Smith. It's by Tom Smith from now on. Yeah, and stick it to Jesus. Quintilla? Are we saying Quintilla? My Spanish thing is like Quintilla, but it's probably not Quintilla, right? It's probably just Quintilla. Quintilla. Okay, 3E80. The ambassador from Solitude has arrived, your majesty, whispered. The ambassador from Solitude has arrived, your majesty, whispered Steward Balvis. Right in the middle of dinner, muttered the emperor weakly. Tell him to wait. No, father, it's important that you see him, said Pelagius, rising. You can't make him wait and then give him bad news. It's undiplomatic. Don't go then, you're much better at diplomacy than I. We should have all the family here, Emperor Uriel II added, suddenly aware how few people were present at his dinner table. Where's your mother? Sleeping with the archpriest of Kinnereth? Oh, that's a burn and a half, Pelagius would have said. But he was, as his father said, diplomatic. Instead, he said, at prayer. And your brother and sister? Amiel is in the first hold, meeting with the Archmagister of the Mages Guild. And Galana, though we won't be telling this to the ambassador, of course, is preparing for her wedding to the Duke of Narcissus. Since the ambassador expects her to be marrying his patron, the King of Solitude, instead, we'll tell him that she's at the spa, having a cluster of pestilent boils removed. Tell him that, and he won't press too hard for the marriage, politically expedient though it may be. Pelagius smiled. You know how queasy Nords are about warty women. Am I right? Ladies. This is a kind of dragon. Yeah, it's a pog dragon. It's a pogger's dragon. Guys, I feel like there's things happening. This just needs to settle down. Okay, anyway. But dash it, I feel like I should have some family around, so I don't look like some old fool despised by his nearest and dearest, growled the Emperor, correctly suspecting this to be the case. What about your wife? Where is she? And the grandchildren? Quintilla's in the nursery with Sepphoris and Magnus. Sepphoris and Magnus, oh my god. Antiochus is probably whoring around the city. Wow. I don't know where Potoma is. Probably at her studies. I thought you didn't like children around. I do during meetings with ambassadors in damp staterooms, sighed the Emperor. They lend an air of, I don't know, innocence and civility. Show the blasted ambassador in, he said to Balvis. Potema was bored. It was the rainy season in the imperial province, wintertide, and the streets and gardens of the city were all flooded. She could not remember a time when it was not raining. Had it been only days, or had it been weeks or months since the sun shone? There was no judging of time anymore in the constant flickering of torchlight in the palace, and as Potoma walked through the marble and stone hallways, listening to the pelting of the rain, she could think nothing but that she was bored. Estefi? Estefi. This kid's gonna change all their names when they grow up. I feel like these are like hipster names. People like, I don't know. Like I can see people naming their kids this. It's like this year's version of like Dakota and I can't think of another hipster name. Apple. The Emperor lies, hates kids, and Jesus wept, for there are no more worlds to conquer. Is that a thing? That's got to be a thing. Estefi, her tutor, would be looking for her now. Ordinarily, she did not mind studying. Rote memorization came easily to her. She quizzed herself while she walked down through the empty ballroom. When did Orsinium fall? 1E 1980? 980. Who wrote Temrillian tractates? Jesus Christ, you guys. Cozy. When was Tiber Septim born? 2E 288. Who was the current king of Daggerfall? Morton, son of Gulthler. Who's the current Sylvanar? Vabaranth, son of Varbaril. Who's the warlord of Lilmoth? Trick question. It's Lady Iowa. Burn. What will I get if I'm a good girl and don't get into any trouble, and my tutor says I'm an excellent student? Mother and father will renege on their... Is that how you spell renege? I was today years old when I learned that that's how you spell renege. I don't know. My cat's here. Hi. What are you doing? Do you want to say hi to Twitch? Anytime I say that, she's like, no, mother, I don't. Say hi to Twitch real quick. No? This is an awkward situation, girl. She's not having it. She don't want it. Renege. Okay. Mother and father will renege on their promise to buy me a Daedric katana of my own, saying that they never remembered that promise and it's far too expensive and dangerous for a girl my age. There were voices coming from the Emperor's stateroom. Her father, her grandfather, and a man with a strange accent, a Nord. Potema moved a stone she had loosened behind a tapestry and listened in. Let us be frank, your Imperial Majesty, came the Nord's voice. My sire, the King of Solitude, doesn't care if Princess Galana looked like an orc. He wants an alliance with the Imperial family, and you agreed to give him Galana, or give back the millions of gold he gave you to quell the Khajiit rebellion in Torval. This was the agreement you swore to honor. I remember no such agreement, came her father's voice. Can you, my liege? There was a mumbling noise that Potema took to be her grandfather, the ancient emperor. Perhaps we should take a walk to the Hall of Records. My mind may be going. The Nord's voice sounded sarcastic. I distinctly remember your seal being placed on the agreement before it was locked away. Of course, I may verily be mistaken. "We will send a page to the hall to get the document you refer to," replied her father's voice with the cruel, soothing quality he used whenever he was about to break a promise. Potema knew it well. She replaced the loose stone and hurried out of the ballroom. She knew well how slowly the pages walked, used to airing. We were on a roll there for a minute. Matty Bratty, hi! These don't sound like words. Some of them are, some of them aren't. It's hard to say. Welcome. She knew well how slowly the pages walked, used to running errands for doddering emperor. She could make it to the Hall of Records in no time at all. He can't be Frank. That's way too easy to pronounce. Yeah, now it's all the grandfather's names. Guys, the wig is good, but there's so much hair. And I'm not used to this much hair, and it's just a thing, you know? I also have fake eyelashes on. And so then there's the hair, and it gets stuck in the eyelashes, and then, there's like feathers and horns on my head. So I'm just saying, I'm just doing my best. Just doing my best. I know some of these words. Loves the hair and cosplay. Thank you. Thanks. I had a lot of fun with the makeup. This whole part actually was a fuck up that I just kind of, ran with, which is any good cosplay has at least one or two fuck ups that you just kind of run with, right? The brows are feathered and on point. Thank you! Thanks. I really like the brows too. You ship this? You like this? Jay, how's it going? Again, if I haven't said hello, welcome. Oh, my cat's gonna knock down my little background. Hey, bud, maybe don't do that. Maybe don't. If this all comes crashing down behind me, it's Bonnie's fault. Anyway, the massive ebony door was locked, of course, but she knew what to do. A year ago, she caught her mother's Bosmer maid pilfering some jewelry, and in exchange for her silence, forced the young woman to teach her how to pick locks. Potema pulled 2 pins off her red diamond brooch and slid the first into the first lock, holding her hand steady, memorizing the pattern of tumblers and grooves within the mechanism. Each lock had a geography of its own. The lock to the kitchen larder, 6 free tumblers and a frozen 7th, and a counterbolt. She had broken into that just for fun, but if she had been a poisoner, the whole imperial household would be dead by now, she thought, smiling. The lock to her brother Antiochus' secret stash of Khajiit pornography. What is with all the different kinds of pornography in this game? Just 2 free tumblers and a pathetic poisoned quill trap easily dismantled with pressure on the counterweight. That had been a profitable score. It was strange to Antiochus, who seemed to have no shame, proved so easy to blackmail. She was, after all, only 12, and the differences between the perversions of the cat people and the perversions of Cyrodiils seemed pretty academic. Still, Antiochus had to give her the diamond brooch, which she treasured. She had never been caught. Not when she broke into the Archmage's study and stole his oldest spellbook, not when she broke into the guest room of the King of Ghislaine and stole his crown the morning before Magnus's official welcoming ceremony. It had become too easy to torment her family with these little crimes. But here was a document that the Emperor wanted for a very important meeting. She would get it first. But this was the hardest lock she ever opened. Over and over, she massaged the tumblers, gently pushing aside the forked clamp that snatched at her pins, drumming the counterweights. It nearly took her half a minute to break through the door to the Hall of Records, where the Elder Scrolls were housed. Elder Scrolls. They said the thing. Elder Scrolls. They said it. They said the thing, guys. They said it. They said it. They said Elder Scrolls. They said it. They said it. Let's see. Are we still talking about lockpicking? I think so. Lockpicking and pornography. That's what I should have named this stream, although that's very TOS. Get on here. Just stay. I think so. They said the thing. Oh my god, it's happening. The documents were well organized by year, province, and kingdom, and it took Potema only a short while to find the promise of marriage between the Uriel Septim II and, by the grace of the gods, Emperor the Holy Cyrodiilic Empire of Tamriel, and his daughter, the Princess Galana, and His Majesty King Mantiarco of Solitude. She grabbed her prize and was out of the hall with the door well locked before the page was even in sight. Back in the ballroom, she loosened the stone and listened eagerly to the conversation within. For a few minutes, all three men, the Nord, the Emperor, and her father, just spoke of the weather and some boring diplomatic details. Then there was a sound of footsteps and a young voice, the page. "Your Imperial Majesty, I have searched the Hall of Records and cannot find the document you asked for." "There, you see," came Patema's father's voice. "Told you it didn't exist." "But I saw it," the Nord's voice was furious. "I was there when my liege and the Emperor signed it. I was there. I hope you aren't doubting the word of my father, the sovereign emperor of all of Tamriel, not now that there's proof that you have been mistaken." What does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? What is this about? Is this a typo? Mistaken? Anybody? Anyone? Get flappy, get fresh, get Friday. Oh, she said what she said. She said what she said and she meant it. There it is. Lockpicking and lewds. Exactly. That's exactly what's happening. Gotta get in that box. I'm sorry, what? /S is supposed to be a white space in HTML. Oh, thank you, Yas to Believe. I was like, what is mistaken? That makes sense. Okay, good. Well, must have been mistaken. Pelagius' voice was low, dangerous. "Of course not," said the Nord, conceding quickly. "But what will I tell my king? He is to have no connection with the imperial family, and no gold returned to him as the agreement, as he and I believed the agreement to be. We don't want any bad feelings between the Kingdom of Solitude and us," came the Emperor's voice, rather feeble but clear enough. "What if we offered King Mentiarco our granddaughter instead?" Patema felt the chill of the room descend on her. "The Princess Patema? Is she not too young?" asked the Nord. "She is 13 years old," said her father. "That's old enough to wed." Some Game of Thrones shit. She would an ideal mate for your king," said the Emperor. "She is, admittedly, from what I see of her, very shy and innocent, but I'm certain she would quickly grasp the ways of the court. She is, after all, a septim. I think she would be an excellent Queen of Solitude. Not too exciting, but noble." "The granddaughter of the Emperor is not as close as his daughter," said the Nord rather miserably, "but I don't see how we can refuse the offer. I will send word to my king." "You have our leave," says the Emperor. And Patema heard the sound of the Nord leaving the stateroom. Tears streamed down Patema's eyes. She knew who the King of Solitude was from her studies. Mentiarco, 62 years old and quite fat. And she knew how far Solitude was and how cold in the northernmost clime. Her father and grandfather were abandoning her to the barbaric Nords. The voices in the room continued talking. "Well acted, my boy. Now, make sure you burn that document," said her father. "My prince?" asked the page's querulous? Querulous? "Sure," querulous voice. "The agreement between the Emperor and the King of Solitude, you fool. We don't want this existence known." "My prince, I told the truth. I couldn't find the document in the Hall of Records. It seems to be missing." "By Lorcan!" roared her father. "Why is everything in this palace always misplaced? Go back to the hall and keep searching until you find it." Love the casual fat phobia. Thanks, fun. I was like, I'm gonna just keep going. I'm just gonna ignore it, whatever. Yeah, I mean, casual fat phobia is just society's way of saying fuck you to everyone, It sucks. But yeah. Let's just drink for a second, shall we? So, how's everyone's adventure so far? Yeah, he's old, he lives far away, it's cold there. Sure. Well, now we know that Patema is fat phobic, so we can just not feel as bad for her as we did before. Anyway, Patema looked at the document. Millions of gold pieces promised to the Kingdom of Solitude in the event of Princess Galena not marrying the king. She could bring it into her father. Perhaps as a reward, he would not marry her to Mentiarco. Or perhaps not. She could blackmail her father and the Emperor with it and make a tidy sum of money. Or she could produce it when she became Queen of Solitude to fill her coffers and buy anything she wanted. More than a Daedric katana, that was for certain. So many possibilities, Patema thought, and she found herself not bored anymore. That's chapter 1. What do we think? Intrigue. I feel good about it. I want to know more. So far, pretty good story. Okay, moving on, shall we? The Wolf Queen, verse 2. The Wolf Queen, book 2, by Wahum Yarth, aka Tom Smith. From the pen of the 1st century 3rd era sage Montakai, 3E 82. A year after the wedding, roll it back. Just rewind it. Just give it a, you know what I mean? A year after the wedding of his 14-year-old granddaughter, the Princess Patema, to King Mantiarco of the Nordic Kingdom of Solitude, the Emperor Uriel Septim II passed on. His son, Pelagius Septim II, was made emperor, and he faced a greatly depleted treasury thanks to his father's poor management. As the new Queen of Solitude, Patema faced opposition from the old Nordic houses, who viewed her as an outsider. Mantiarco had been widowed, and his former queen was loved. She had left him a son, Prince Barthorg. Surely that's not how you say it, and yet this is how we're gonna say it. Barthorg. Lost my place. I'm losing everything. Okay, Prince Barthorg, who was 2 years older than his stepmother, and loved her not. But the king loved his queen and suffered with her through miscarriage after miscarriage until her 29th year, when she bore him a son. 3E 97. You must do something to help with the pain, Patema cried, baring her teeth. The healer Kelmeth immediately thought of a she-wolf in labor, but he put the image from his mind. Her enemies called her the Wolf Queen for certes? But not because of any physical resemblance. Your Majesty, there is no injury for me to heal. The pain you feel is natural and helpful for the birth. He was going to add more words of consolation, but had to break off to duck the mirror she flung at him. I am not a big-nosed peasant girl, she snarled. I am the Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor. Summon the Daedra! I will trade every soul, every last subject of mine for a little comfort. She just wants some skooma. Give the girl some skooma, huh? If ever there was a time to do drugs, isn't it when you're giving birth? I've never given birth, but if I were to, I would take all the drugs. When I was younger, I was like, oh no, you don't need the drugs, and I don't really want kids. But if I were to do that whole thing, goddamn, there's so much hair and there's so much bullshit. I would do the drugs. Anyway, yo, lots of years of miscarriage, which is a nightmare. Sounds like not a good time. Let's see. Milady, said the healer nervously, drawing the curtains and blotting out the cold morning sun. It is not wise to make such offers, even in jest. The eyes of Oblivion are forever watching for just such a rash interjection. What would you know of Oblivion, healer? She growled, but her voice was calmer, quieter. Just kidding. What would you know of Oblivion, healer? She growled, but her voice was calmer, quieter. The pain had relaxed. Would you fetch me that mirror I hurled at you? Are you going to throw it again, your majesty? Said the healer with a taut smile, obeying her. Very likely, she said, looking at her reflection. And next time I won't miss. But I do look a fright. Is Lord Voken still waiting for me in the hall? Yes, your majesty. Well, tell him I just need to fix my hair and I'll be with him. And leave us. I'll howl for you when the pain returns. Totally planned to take the drug. You planned to take the drugs? Did you not choose it in time? What's happening with my face? Guys, there's so much happening. There's so much happening. I didn't think this part of it through. Eee! Okay, anyway. I just didn't. I was like, here's my problem. I think about aesthetic, and I'm like, this is gonna look cool. And then I realize later that it means that I have giant eyelashes on. I don't have contacts, so I'm just, doing this thing and staring at my computer screen from this far away. It's fine. Everything's fine. I just want to let you know that I'm not gonna be able to do this without picking at my face, the whole time, probably. Anyway, a few minutes later, Lord Voken was shown into the chamber. He was an enormous bald man whose friends and enemies called Mount Voken, and when he spoke, it was with a low grumble of thunder. The queen was one of the very few people Vulcan knew who was not the least bit intimidated by him, and he offered her a smile. "My queen, how are you feeling?" he asked. "Damned. But if you're looking for..." Don't worry, we're doing great. Worth it? Thanks, Lincoln. It feels worth it. I just didn't realize how much. So here, can I tell you what's happening? What's happening is the hair is getting caught in the eyelashes, and that is just... I did not foresee that. So, but worth it. I think worth it. I feel good about it. I feel good about it. Damned. But you're looking like springtide has come to Mount Vulcan. I take it from your merry disposition that you've been made war chief? Only temporarily, while your husband, the king, investigates whether there's evidence behind the rumors of treason on the part of my predecessor, Lord Thone. If you've planted it as I've instructed, he'll find it, Matema smiled, propping herself up in the bed. Tell me, is Prince Bathorg still in the city? What a question, Your Highness, laughed the mountain. It's the tournament of stamina today. You know the prince would never miss that. The fellow invents new strategies of self-defense every year to show off during the games. Don't you recall last year where he entered the ring unarmored and after 20 minutes of fending off 6 bladesmen, left the game without a scratch? He dedicated that bout to his late mother, Queen Amodetha? I'm the Queen of Solitude. Thank you, T. Miller. Yo, T. Miller, can I just say, you have been a fucking champion for me lately. T. Miller has been making clips for me, and the ones that she makes are the ones that people, when I like post them on TikTok or whatever, the clips that you make are the clips that people like love. Thank you for making clips for me. It's great. It's really nice. Basically, I wouldn't have content were it not for T. Miller making me clips. Thank you, my love. Okay, let's see. He dedicated that bout to his late mother, Queen Amidala. Yes, I recall. He's no friend to me or you, Your Highness, but you must give the man his due respect. He moves like lightning. You wouldn't think it of him, but he always seems to use his awkwardness to his advantage. Same. To throw his opponents off. Some say he learned the style from the orcs to the south. They say he learned from them how to anticipate a foe's attack by some sort of supernatural power. There's nothing supernatural about it, said the queen quietly. He gets it from his father. Mantiarco never moved like that, Vulcan chuckled. I never said he did, said Patoma. Her eyes closed and her teeth gritted together. The pain's returning. You must fetch the healer. But first, I must ask you one other thing. Has the new summer palace construction begun? I think so, Your Highness. Do not think, she cried, gripping the sheets, biting her lips so a stream of blood dripped down her chin. Do make certain that the construction begins at once, today. Your future, my future, the future of this child depends on it. Go! 4 hours later, King Mantiarco entered the room to see his son. His queen smiled weakly as he gave her a kiss on the forehead. When she handed him the child, a tear ran down his face. Another one quickly followed, and then another. My lord, she said fondly, I know you're sentimental, but really? It's not the only child, though he is beautiful, with all the fair features of his mother. Mantiarco turned to his wife sadly, his aged features twisted in agony. My dear wife, there is trouble at the palace. In truth, this birth is the only thing that keeps this day from being the darkest in my reign. What is it? Something at the tournament? Patema pulled herself up in bed. Something with Bathorg? No, it isn't the tournament, but it does relate to Bathorg. I shouldn't worry you at a time like this. You need your rest. My husband, tell me. I wanted to surprise you with the gift after the birth of our child, so I had the old summer palace completely renovated. It's a beautiful place, or at least it was. I thought you might like it. Truth to tell, it was Lord Vulcan's idea. It used to be Amidetha's favorite place. Bitterness crept into the king's voice. Now I've learned why. What have you learned? Asked Patema quietly. Amidetha deceived me there, with my trusted war chief, Lord Thone. Ooh. There were letters between them, and the most perverse things you've ever read. I don't know, we read Lusty Argonian Maid. Also, there's talks of Khajiit porn. I don't know. One's in chat if you think that it's the most perverse thing he's ever read. 2 is if you're suspicious like me. Good. Someone's creative writing degree was worth it because of your stream today. Hey! Thank you! I'm so glad you guys are here. Thank you for being here. I'm glad you're enjoying this. I'm enjoying it. It's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. Sus! Thank you. It's sus. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah, not the most perverse thing he's read. Maybe, but like, no. Anyway. And that's not the worst of it. No? The dates on the letters correspond with the time of Bathorg's birth. The boy I raised and loved as a son. Oh, snap. Oh, the heir to the throne might not be the heir to the throne. Dun 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 dun. This is great. I'm really excited. I'm actually really into this story. Mantiarco's voice choked up with emotion. He was Thone's child, not mine. My darling, said Potoma, almost feeling sorry for the old man. She wrapped her arms around his neck, and he heaved his sobs down on her and their child. Henceforth, he said quietly, Bathorg is no longer my heir. He will be banished from the kingdom. Jesus. This child you have borne me today will grow to rule Solitude. And perhaps more, said Potoma. He is the Emperor's grandson as well. We will name him Mantiarco II. My darling, I would love that, said Potoma, kissing the king's tear-streaked face. But may I suggest Uriel, after my grandfather, the Emperor, who brought us together in marriage? King Mantiarco smiled at his wife and nodded his head. There was a knock at the door. My liege, said the Mount Voken, His Highness Prince Bathorg has finished the tournament and awaits your presence with his My liege, said Mount Voken, His Highness Prince Bathorg has finished the tournament and awaits you to present his award. He has successfully withstood attacks by 9 archers and the giant scorpion we brought from Hammerfell. The crowd is roaring his name. They are calling him the man who cannot be hit. This is a big yikes, guys. This is a big yikes situation. Very hi, how are you? The creature that I have become. I have horns and feathers and antlers and eyeliner. Hi, how are you? It's good to see you. Let's see. Oh, I will see him, said King Mantiarco sadly. Just kidding. I will see him, said King Mantiarco sadly, and left the chamber. Oh, he can be hit all right, said Potoma wearily, but it does take some doing. End of chapter 2. What will happen next? I'm so glad you got one of the gifted subs. I was so distracted by everything happening, I didn't even read out who got gifted subs. Let's see, let's go back, shall we? Let's see, from Spatula Dog to Whiskey Chai, to Jorleen, to Mr. Sully, to Abominabro. Oh, Fog's got one. Great, there's so many good people in here. Gas Station Boxers. Gas Station Boxers. Just Kylie. Just Talk TV. Just kidding, that's not Just Kylie. I don't know who Just Talk is, but they got one. Kate Allison, Demook TV, and Beery. Thank you again, Spatty. It's very sweet of you. Horny feathers and eyeliner. It's just another Friday night. I don't know what don't worry about it. Just got done with Rainy Disney. Rainy Disney? Oh, you were like actually at Disney. Oh, I hope you had so much fun. That sounds amazing. All right. The Wolf Queen, verse 3. The Wolf Queen, book 3, by Wang Yarth. From the pen of the 1st century 3rd era sage Montakai, 3E, 98. Whoops. The Emperor Pelagius Septim II died a few weeks before the end of the year on the 15th evening star during the festival of North Wind's Prayer, which was considered a bad omen for the Empire. He had ruled over difficult 17 years. In order to fill the bankrupt treasury, Pelagius had dismissed the Elder Council, forcing them to buy back their positions. Several good but poor counselors had been lost. Many say the emperor had died as a result of being poisoned by a vengeful former council member. We're doing great. We got it. We're doing it. Just giving people what they needed. Yep. Yep, you did it. You did it. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of us. I need to stop winking. It's supposed to be super rainy the whole trip, but we enjoyed our first day in Epcot. Nice. That's good. Okay. So, TLDR, Plagueis died, probably got poisoned, bankruptcy. His children came to attend his funeral and the coronation of the next emperor. His youngest son, Prince Magnus, 19 years of age, arrived from Almalexia, where he had been a counselor to the royal court. 21-year-old Prince Sepphoris arrived from Ghislaine with his Red Guard bride, Queen Bianchi. You're enjoying the winks? Prince Antiochus, at 43 years of age, the eldest child and their heir presumptive, had been with his father in the imperial city. The last to appear was his only daughter, Pratema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude. 30 years old and radiantly beautiful, she arrived with the magnificent entourage, accompanied by her husband, the elderly King Mantiarco, and her year-old son, Uriel. All expected Antiochus to assume the throne of the empire, but no one knew what to expect from the Wolf Queen. 3E99. Lord Vulcan has been bringing several men to your sister's chambers late at night every night of this week, offered the spy master. Perhaps if her husband were made aware. My sister is a devotee of the conqueror gods Raymond and Talos, not the love goddess Debella. She's plotting with those men, not having orgies with them. I wager I've slept with more men than she has. Oh God, oh God, oh God. Hi, Gimp. Gimp, we did read volume 1 of The Lusty Argonian Maid, but now because of you, we are only 5 subs away from volume 2. Gimp, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very sweet. To Osroll and Peanut with Salt and Only Black Smoke and Odrims and T-Bear 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Gimp, how are you? It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. We are reading The Wolf Queen right now. Let's see. Oh, you're right. Tantive subbed. Thank you, Spatty. Yeah. So here's the thing. There's only 2 volumes. So theoretically, if we need like repeats, we can do more. Soul Sickness, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very, very sweet. You all are very, very sweet. It started with Spatty giving 10, and then Tantive subbed, and then Gimp, and then Soul Sickness gifting 5. Y'all are fucking wild. Yeah, okay, you know what we'll do? Here's what we'll do. We'll read. Here's what I'm thinking. Why can't I was gonna start it from the beginning of this one. Yeah, okay, here's what we'll do. We'll come back to the Wolf Queen, verse 3, and we'll start there at the beginning of the third one. Soul Sickness, thank you for the gifted subs. Let's see, we got Loose Change, we got Miss Panda, we got Tombstone, we got Molokar, got Blood Orphans, Volume 3, Abbers edition, just me making up shit. We could just like write a fan fiction together and then I'll read it. You horny lizard. I knew. There were 2 people specifically, Cough Yastubleaf, Cough Gimp, that I was like, they're gonna want some Lusty Argonian Maid. I knew those 2 at least. I didn't know who else would though. Fanfic lizard porn. Volume 4 chat collab edition. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, let's find our lizard porn, our lizard smut. Wow. Argonian. Boom. Bow. Okay, here we go. Get it? See, if I start a fan house. it'll be me playing guitar, me playing saxophone, selfies, thirst traps, and me reading lizard porn. Huh? Liv's tale. Stop. No, terrible. All right. Act 7, Scene 2, continued. Lifts her tail. My goodness, that's quite a loaf, but however shall it fit in my oven? Crantius Colto. This loaf isn't ready for baking, my sweet. It has yet to rise. Oh, jeez. Lifts her tail. If only we could hurry that along. How would I accomplish such a task? Crantius Colto. Oh, my foolish little Argonian maid, you must use your hands. I was not prepared. I was not prepared. I was not prepared. Woo! Okay. All right. Okay. It's fine. This is good. This is good. This is what the people want. Lifts her tail. You wish me to knead the loaf here? Crantius Colto. Of course. Lifts her tail. But what if the mistress catches me? Your loaf was meant to satisfy her appetite. Crantius Colto. Don't fret, my delicate flower. I'll satisfy the mistress's cravings later. Twos in chat if you doubt it. Lifts her tail. Very well, but I'm afraid my oven isn't hot enough. It could take hours. Crantius Colto. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. End of Act 7, Scene 2. Lizard porn. Sweet Jesus. Oh, I love that people came in during that. I love that. I love that for me and for us. Welcome. We just finished reading The Lusty Argonian Maid. Andy, hi. Podwatch, hi. I love the twos in the chat. I love all the twos. Dark Wolf, hi. but. Listen. If we really want, because people missed it, if you really want to be extorted more, like the good Dom that I will be tonight, if you give me 10 more subs, we'll go back and read the first one again. I don't know if I can just like come up with one on the fly, Spatula Dog. I don't know if I'm that horny and eloquent. I don't know. I feel so unsatisfied and incomplete. What do you want from me, Tantive? What more could I do for you? All right, back to the Wolf Queen. Thank you to everybody who gave subs. It was very sweet. Soul Sickness and Gimp and Tantive and Spatula Dog. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's very, very sweet. Let's see. Just egging the crowd. Horny. Hey, there you go. 10 subs to give them a taste. Now they want more. They really don't. It's not. It's funny because they like have 2 volumes, but they make it sound like there's 7. So I mean, I don't. Okay, here's the deal. If someone finds fan fiction involving the other 5 volumes that isn't too like TOS, like we can read those. It's fine at this point. Fuck it. I might need to make another hot toddy, but like, you know. 11 happened if they want more. Yeah, sorry. So 9 more. 9 more if they want more, because there's 1 extra. So it would be 9 if the people want more. People, please don't feel pressured to give me subs. I'm just assuming if you gave subs, you either wanted to give the people what they want or you're horny for lizards, and I'm not gonna judge you. I'm not here to lizard shame. Come in here and hear something about kneading someone's loaf. Listen. Well, so Andy, have you ever played Skyrim? Because that's part of it. That's just how Skyrim is, you know what I mean? Let's see. That's questionable. Fanfics go south real quick. True. We would have to vet it to make sure. Within reason, ya horn dogs. I haven't, but I think I need to. For science, I mean, it's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. It is a very fun game. But there's a series of books called The Lusty Argonian Maid, and that's where the kneading came into play. Literally just got home from my Loaf Kneaders Anonymous meeting. I don't know what to say. I got nothing. I don't even know what to say. Have fun with the reading, friends. My phone is now yelling at me. It's so dead. Oh, go charge your phone. It was good to see you, Viri. There's no group near me. F's in chat for Spatty's loaf kneading needs. Okay, Wolf Queen verse 3. The Wolf Queen, Book 3, by Juan Yarth. From the pen of the 1st century 3rd era sage Montekai. 3E98. The Emperor Pelagius Septim II died a few weeks before the end of the year, on the 15th at the evening star, during the festival of North Wind's Prayer, which was considered a bad omen for the empire. He had ruled over a difficult 17 years. In order to fill the bankrupt treasury, Pelagius had dismissed the Elder Council, forcing them to buy back their positions. Several good but poor counselors had been lost. Many say the emperor had died as a result of being poisoned by a vengeful former council member. His children came to attend his funeral and the coronation of the next emperor. His youngest son, Prince Magnus, 19 years of age, arrived from Almalexia, where he had been a counselor for the royal court. 21-year-old Prince Sepphoris arrived from Ghislaine with his Red Guard bride, Queen Bianchi. Prince Antiochus, at 43 years of age, the eldest child and heir presumptive, had been with his father in the imperial city. The last to appear was his only daughter, Potema, the so-called Wolf Queen of Solitude. 30 years old and radiantly beautiful, she arrived with a magnificent entourage, accompanied by her husband, the elderly King Mantiarco, and her year-old son, Uriel. All expected Antiochus to assume the throne of the empire, but no one knew what to expect from the Wolf Queen. Off to bed. Bye, Dark Wolf. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Let's see. This supposed to be a reply to the soul. Okay, we got you, Spatty. I got you. He does have a bread maker machine. He did offer to make me banana bread. Take that how you will. Ta-ta for now. 3E99. Lord Vulcan has been bringing several men to your sister's chambers late at night, every night this week, offered the spy master. Perhaps if her husband were made aware. My sister is a devotee of the conqueror gods Raymond and Talos, not the love goddess Dibella. She's plotting with those men, not having orgies with them. I'd wager I've slept with more men than she has, laughed Antiochus, and then grew serious. She's behind the delay of the council offering me the crown. Yeah, I have frozen bananas in my freezer, and I was gonna send them to Spatty, and he's gonna make me banana bread. Okay, anyway. She's behind the delay of the council offering me the crown. I know it. 6 weeks now. They say they need to update records and prepare the coronation. I'm the emperor. Crown me into oblivion with formalities. Your sister is surely no friend of yours, your majesty, but there are other factors at play. Do not forget how your father treated the council. It is they who need following, and if need be, strong convincing, the spy master added with suggestive stab of his dagger. Do so, but keep your eye on the damnable Wolf Queen as well. You know where to find me. At which brothel, your highness? Inquired the spy master. Today being Fredos, I'll be at the Cat and Goblin. Okay, question, Skyrim nerds. Is this a real place you can go to in-game? Can you go to the Cat and Goblin? Is that a thing? Yeah, I'm gonna snail mail the frozen goop bananas. That's our plan. Wowzer Bowser, that's a great look. Thank you! Thanks. I feel sweaty. How's it going? It's good to see you. Thanks for being here, Sable. Welcome. Whenever AbbersCon happens, I'll bring some bread. Perfect. Excellent. Everyone, get your plane tickets ready. When and where is AbbersCon, you ask? We'll figure it out one day. Years from now. Maybe. The spymaster noted in his report that night that Queen Potema had no visitors, for she was dining across the imperial garden at the Blue Palace with her mother, the Dowager Empress Quintilla. It was a warm night for wintertide and surprisingly cloudless, though the day had been stormy. The saturated ground could not take any more, so the formal, structured gardens looked as if they had been glazed with water. The two women took their wine to the wide balcony to look over the grounds. I believe you are trying to sabotage your half-brother's coronation, said Quintilla, not looking at her daughter. Potema saw how the years had not so much wrinkled her mother as her fate. Oh my god, I cannot. I'm struggling all of a sudden. Not all of a sudden, but struggling. You're gonna be cosplaying as me dressed as John Madden? I love that. I can't wait to see that. That sounds amazing. Okay, we're starting this paragraph over. I believe you're trying to sabotage your half-brother's coronation, said Quintilla, not looking at her daughter. Potema saw how the years had not so much wrinkled her mother as faded her, like the sun on a stone. It's not true, said Potema, but would it bother you very much if it were true? Antiochus is not my son. He was 11 years old when I married your father, and we've never been close. I think that being heir presumptive has stunted his growth. He's old enough to have a family with grown children, and yet he spends all his time at debauchery and fornication. He will not make a very good emperor. Quintilla sighed and then turned to Potema. But it is bad for the family for seeds of discontent to be sown. It is easy to divide up into factions, but very difficult to unite again. I fear for the future of the empire. Those sound like the words. Are you, by any chance, dying, Mother? What a weird way. I mean, I guess, what is another way you could ask your mom if she's dying? I don't know. That's just an awkward conversation in general, eh? Are you dying, Mother? I've read the omen, said Quintilla with a faint, ironic smile. Don't forget, I was a renowned sorceress in Camlorn. I will dead in a few months' time, and then, not a year later, your husband will die. I only regret that I will not live to see your child Uriel assume the throne of solitude. Have you seen whether... Potema stopped, not wanting to reveal too many of her plans, even to a dying woman. Whether he will be emperor? I do not... I know the answer to that too, daughter. Don't fear. You'll live to see the answer one way or another. I have a gift for him when he is of age. The Dowager Empress removed a necklace with a single great yellow gem from around her neck. It is a soul gem, infused with the spirit of a great werewolf your father and I defeated in battle 36 years ago. I've enchanted it with spells from the School of Illusion, so its wearer may charm whoever he chooses, an important skill for a king. And an emperor, said Potema, taking the necklace. Thank you, Mother. An hour later, passing the black branches of the sculpted Duad shrubs, Potema noticed a dark figure which vanished into the shadows under the eaves of her approach. She had noticed people following her before. It was one of the hazards of life in the imperial court. But this man was too close to her chambers. She slipped the necklace around her neck. Come out where I can see you, she commanded. The man emerged from the shadows. A dark little fellow of middle age, dressed in a black-dyed goatskin. His eyes were fixed, frozen, under her spell. Who do you work for? Prince Antiochus is my master, he said in a dead voice. I am his spy. A plan formed. Is the prince in his study? No, milady. And you have access? Yes, milady. Potema smiled widely. She had him. Lead the way. The next morning, the storm reappeared in all its fury. The pelting on the walls and ceiling was an agony to Antiochus, who was discovering that he no longer had his youthful immunity to a late night of hard drinking. Same. That said, we carry on. This is amazing content. Thanks, Cheesy. Thanks. Guys, thanks for being here. It's hard to know when you're like, hey, I'm going to read books on stream if people will like show up, and you all showed up. So thank you. I appreciate it. How's it going? Let's see. Cosplay as Hank. And he will cosplay as you? That's amazing. I love that idea. That's great. That's great. So good. Thanks, guys. Hey, thanks, guys. Hey, thanks. Team Miller, thank you for the clips. Cheesy. Always a pleasure. Okay. The next morning, the storm reappeared in all its fury. The pelting on the walls and the ceiling was agony to Antiochus, who was discovering that he no longer had his youthful immunity to a late night of hard drinking. He shoved hard against the Argonian wench sharing his bed. More lusty Argonian maids! Sorry. Oh, it's gonna get awkward. I just saw the word moan and I was like, ugh! Okay, sorry. Make yourself useful and close the window. Ugh! No sooner had the window been bolted than there was a knock at the door. It was the spymaster. He smiled at the prince and handed him a sheet of paper. What is this? Said Antiochus, squinting his eyes. I must still be drunk. Looks like orcish. I think you'll find it useful, your majesty. Your sister is here to see you. Antiochus considered getting dressed or sending his bedmate out, but he thought better of it. Show her in. Let her be scandalized. If Patema was scandalized, she did not show it. Swathed in orange and silver silk, she entered the room with a triumphant smile, followed by the Man Mountain, Lord Voken. Dear brother, I spoke to my mother last night, and she advised me very wisely. She said I should not battle with you in public for the good of our family and the Empire. Therefore, she said, producing from the folds of her robe a piece of paper, I am offering you a choice. A choice? Said Antiochus, returning her smile. That does sound friendly. Abdicate your rights to the imperial throne voluntarily, and there's no need to show the council this, Patema said, handing her brother the letter. It is a letter with your seal on it, saying that you knew that your father was not Pelagius Septimus II, but the royal steward Foundauch. Now, before you deny writing the letter, you cannot deny the rumors, nor that the Imperial Council will believe that your father, the old fool, was quite capable of being cuckolded. Oh! This is very pornographic all the time in Skyrim. Whether it's true or not, or whether the letter is a forgery or not, the scandal of it would ruin your chances of being the emperor. Antiochus's face had gone white with fury. Don't fear, brother, said Patema, taking back the letter from his shaking hands. I will see to it that you have a very comfortable life, and all the horrors your heart or any other organ desires. Suddenly, Antiochus laughed. He looked over at his spymaster and winked. I remember when you broke into my stash of Khajiit erotica and blackmailed me. That was close to 20 years ago. We've got better locks now. You must have noticed. Must have killed you to get, sorry, what? What? Must have killed you that you couldn't use your own skills to get what you wanted. Patema merely smiled. It didn't matter. She had him. You must have charmed my servant here into getting you into my study to use my seal, Antiochus smirked. A spell, perhaps, from your mother, the witch? Patema continued to smile. Her brother was cleverer than she thought. Did you know that charm spells, even powerful ones, only last so long? Of course you didn't. You never were one for magic. Let me tell you, a generous salary is a stronger motivation for keeping a servant in the long run, sister. Antiochus took out his own sheet of paper. Now, I have a choice for you. What is that? Said Patoma, her smile faltering. It looks like nonsense, but if you know what you're looking for, it's very clear. It's a practice sheet. Your handwriting attempting to look like my handwriting. It's a good gift you have. I wonder if you haven't done this before, imitating another person's handwriting. I understand a letter was found from your husband's dead wife, saying that his first son was a bastard. I wonder if you wrote that letter. I wonder if you showed this evidence of your gift to your husband, whether he would believe you wrote that letter. In the future, dear Wolf Queen, don't lay the same trap twice. Patema shook her head, furious, unable to speak. Give me your forgery and go take a walk in the rain. And then, later today, unhatch whatever other plots you have to keep me from the throne. Antiochus fixed his eyes on Patema's. I will be emperor, Wolf Queen. Now go. Patema handed her brother the letter and left the room. For a few moments, out in the hallway, she said nothing. She merely glared at the slivers of rainwater dripping down the marble wall from a tiny, unseen crack. Yes, you will, brother, she said, but not for very long. Intrigue. But Mother, did you die? Did you die though, Mother? Hey guys, I might go make another drink real quick. How do you feel about it? Are you cool with it? If I just make a drink real quick? I'm gonna make a drink real quick. And then we will continue with the Wolf Queen, verse 4. Okay? Okay. Question, dear chat. Ash Leaf, T. Miller, Soul Sickness, Veerzaka, everybody else who's hanging out. Would you prefer that we just continue the Skyrim sounds? Or would you like Gandalf for your for your BRB break? Does another hot toddy? Those are your choices. I can just leave the Skyrim, or I can give you Gandalf. Part of me thinks give you Gandalf. Give you Gandalf? Going once, going twice. Y'all are getting Gandalf. I'll be back in a couple minutes. Go get a drink. Go do your thing. I'll see you soon. Here you go. right, we're back. We're back. We're ready for more Skyrim, baby. Hello. If you stuck around, thank you so much. If you're just joining us, welcome. I'm Abbers. This is Skyrim. That's all I need to say. Okay, hi! Get sweaty, get floppy, get Friday. That's what we're doing. We're feeling the sweat, we're feeling the flop, we're feeling the Friday of it all. I agree. Thank you guys for being so hype while I was gone. This is delightful. Multi-purpose wig hype. Did you notice? Wait, hold on, let's go back. Just in case you didn't notice, even though you were literally just watching it, huh? Same wig, guys. That's the wig I'm wearing right now. Can you believe it? Listen. We love a versatile queen. Daedric Lord Abbers. That's me. I'm a Daedric Lord. Yep. Shall we continue with the Wolf Queen? All right, so far, what have we learned on our adventure so far? I'm gonna drink some water in addition to my hot toddy, because boy, oh boy, if there's one drink I could get drunk off of, like super easily, hot toddies, they're so deceptive. You have no idea. It's just like a bucket of hot alcohol and honey and lemon, man. Okay, so far what we have learned is that Potema was married off to an old man, and she wasn't pleased about it. She's a very smart, clever girl. She likes lockpicks and poison. Married him, bore him a son. Maybe made it look like his son wasn't actually his son because she's good at forgery. And so then she made it so that her son was the heir to the Solitude throne rather than the king, what's-his-face, McGee's son. So she's a crafty little lady. So she wants her son to not only be the king of Solitude, but she also wants him to be the emperor. Oh gosh, what's happening? Ulfgar, thank you for the gifted sub to Cactus. That's cute and sweet and nice. I like that. Okay, so that means we're 8 subs away from something, because we've already read part 1 and 2 of the Lusty Argonian Maid. What's happening now?
Ready for tail sub to Abbers? I already do. The Lusty Argonian Maid fault ranked.
Gimp, thank you for the bits. You're very sweet. You're very silly. I don't know. We might just read them again. Is that ridiculous? If people end up being super hype about it, you did miss the maid. See, but this is what I'm saying. Okay, but I don't want anyone to feel like they have to be extorted unless you like being extorted. So maybe if you're really dedicated to the cause, I can read them again, or I don't know what else we could do that way. Is there other Skyrim porn that I don't know about? Hi, Cactus. Hi. People got sweaty and floppy early, you guys. Spatty gifted 10 subs right off the bat. So the first thing I read was Lusty Argonian Maid. And then Tantive subbed, and then Gimp gifted 5, and then Soul Sickness gifted 5. So then we read the second one. Like, we read like the first couple chapters of Wolf Queen, and then we read the second one. And so there's only 2. Let me Google that. Google it. Google to see if there's more porn in Skyrim. We can go down that route. Extort us. Hell yeah, porn. Hell yeah, fantasy porn. Why did I say it like that? Fantasy. Anyway, Cactus, welcome. Ulfgar, welcome. We're gonna just continue with the Wolf Queen, verse 4. Now that we're all caught up, and yeah, if you want to be extorted, give me money, I guess, and I'll read you smut. Sus. Spicy sus. Okay. Wolf Queen, verse 4. The Wolf Queen, book 4, by Wadden Yarth. From the pen of the 1st century 3rd era sage Montekai, 3E 109. 10 years after being crowned Emperor of Tamriel, Antiochus Septim had impressed his subjects with oh my god. Anonymous. Anonymous! Anonymous, thank you for the gifted sub to Roguish. Thank you. It's very sweet. Okay, so we're technically now, we're 7 away, theoretically, from more fantasy porn. I need to find. If anyone feels like fucking up their browser history and you want to do some research to see, because again, all that I could find were 2 volumes of Lusty Argonian Maid, but the way that they're written is it's written as if there are 7 volumes total. So I'm wondering if some nerd out there has written more of them as fan fiction that is not too for stream. So if you feel like, oh, there's an archive of all the stories. Okay, but that's where Podgemont, by the way, Podgemont, thank you for doing that, and also hi, how are you? So that's where I got them originally. I don't think it'd be noticed in my browser history. Take a look, or take a look to see if I'm wrong. Because yeah, I found a list similar to what you found, Podgemont. I think there's just another Friday night for my browser. Good. Everyone, you're doing a great job. We're doing a great job. I'm proud of all of us on this floppy, sweaty Friday. And also thinking, oh my god, I didn't even notice that there was a hype train, you weirdos. Thank you for the hype train. Okay. All right, we're starting this over because I don't know what's happening. I was reading stuff and things. Got a little sidetracked. Okay, anyway, so 10 years after being crowned Emperor of Tamriel, Antiochus Septim had impressed his subjects with little but the enormity of his lust for carnal pleasures. Whoa! Okay. But his second wife, Gisela, he had a daughter, the year 104, who he named Kintyra, after his great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grand aunt, the Empress. Enormously fat and marked by every venereal disease known to the healers. Wow. Antiochus spent little time on politics. He's just living the dream. His siblings, by marked contrast, excelled in this field. Magnus had married Helena, the Cyrodiil queen of Lilmoth, the Argonian priest king having been executed, and was representing the imperial interests in Blackmarsh admirably. Sepphoris and his wife Bianchi were ruling the Hammerfell kingdom of Ghislaine with a healthy brood of children. But no one was more politically active than Potema, the wolf queen of the Skyrim kingdom of Solitude. 9 years after the death of her husband, King Mantiarco, Potema still ruled as regent for her young son, Uriel. Their court had become very fashionable, particularly for rulers who had a grudge to bear against the emperor. All the kings of Skyrim visited Castle Solitude regularly, and over the years, emissaries from the lands of Morrowind and High Rock did as well. Some guests came from even further away. 3E, let's see. First one found, not safe for work, this is gonna be hard! Spatty, thank you for doing the legwork. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Yeah, so I think Podgemaj, it's silly because it's like, so the way that they wrote it is to make it look as though there are 7 volumes, but I don't think that in the games there actually are 7 volumes, I think is the deal. I think, but I could be wrong. By the way, do you guys know Spatty? You should go check him out. He's great. Okay, 3E, 110. Potema stood at the harbor and watched the boat from Piandonia arrive. Against the gray, breaking waves where she had seen so many vessels of Tamrielic manufacture, it looked less than exotic. Insectoid, rather. Insectoid, certainly, with its membranous See, don't worry, I can read words. I understand words and things. Also, Ulfgar, did you cheer and I didn't even notice? Ulfgar, thank you for the 100 bits. I don't know why I didn't notice it, but it's not my birthday, but thank you. Thank you for the bits. Okay, membranous. Insectoid, certainly, with its membranous scales and rugged chitin hull. She had seen similar, if not identical, sea craft in Morrowind. No, if not for the flag, which was markedly alien, she would not have picked out the ship from others in the harbor. As the salty mist ballooned around her, she held out her hand and welcomed the visitors from another island empire. The men aboard were not merely pale, they were entirely colorless, as if their flesh were made of some white, limpid jelly. But she had been forewarned. At the arrival of the king and his translator, she looked directly into their blank eyes and offered her hand. The king made noises. The king made noises? It didn't go off. Would you like me to read it as if I were Ivy? Happy late birthday. We hope you enjoy reading to us. What was that? Does that sound like her? I think that was a pretty good impression. Team Leader, thank you for the clips. His Great Majesty, King Orgnum, said the translator haltingly, expresses his delight at your beauty. He thanks you for giving him refuge from these dangerous seas. You speak Cyrodiilic very well. Cyrodiilic? Cyrodiilic. Cyrodiilic. Very well. I am fluent in the languages of 4 continents, said the translator. I can speak to the denizens of my own country, Pyandonia, as well as those of Atmora, Akavir, and here in Tamriel. Yours is the easiest, actually. I was looking forward to this voyage. Please tell His Highness that he is welcome here and that I am entirely at his disposal, said Patema, smiling. Then she added, you understand the context, that I am just being polite? Of course, said the translator, and then made several noises at the king, which the king reacted to with a smile. While they conversed, Patema looked up the dock and saw the now familiar gray cloaks watching her while they spoke with Levlet? Levlet, Antiochus' man. The Sigic order from the Somerset Isle. Very bothersome. Makes noises. Yeah, I was so confused by makes noises. I didn't know what that meant. Now I understand. It's just because she doesn't understand their language. She was like, your language sounds like noises, right? Is that essentially what happened? I think so. Let's see. My diplomatic emissary, Lord Voken, will show up at your room. Show up at your rooms. Creepy. We'll show you to your room, said Patema. Unfortunately, I have some other guests as well who require my attention. I hope your Great Majesty understands. His Great Majesty King Orgnum did understand, and Patema made arrangements to dine with the Pyandonians that evening. Meeting with the Sigic order required all of her concentration. She dressed in her simplest black and gold robe and went to her stateroom to prepare. Her simplest black and gold robe. This implies that 1, there are more than 1 black and gold robes, and 2, that a gold robe is simple. How do we feel about it? It's like the parents in Charlie Brown. Wah, 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 wah. Did you know that they made that noise with a trombone and a plunger? Because if you play trombone and you use a plunger, you can like manipulate the sound with it. That's how they made the noise for the like teachers and adults in Charlie Brown. Okay, the first 2 I found would get your channel deoxed. Spatty, thank you for fighting the good fight. I really appreciate it. That's amazing. Great, good. As soon as you like mention it, you're like, fanfic gets weird. It's fine. I think we did all the things. By the way, thank you for the hype train. Y'all are very sweet. Really appreciate it. Makes so much sense, right? Use plungers and mutes as banned. Exactly. Yeah. It's the same idea, Cactus. Yeah. Whomst among us doesn't have multiple black and gold robes of varying levels of detail? Totally. One of these, like, they're not even trying to be coy about bread making. See, that's what makes them so funny. Is that they're all just like about bread. What was the other one? Polishing his spear. They need to be like tongue-in-cheek, you know? Those people are just horny, which is fine, but like, can you be horny and tongue-in-cheek? Am I asking for too much here? Am I asking for the stars? I'm gonna have to write one. Fatty, if you want to write one, I will 100%, I will read it for free. No one has to give me more subs. Yeah. Like the steamy romance novels. And exactly! That's what it's like, Sable. That's what it's like. Yeah. I didn't realize there were some in WoW. I've been playing WoW wrong. Okay, anyway. Gold robes, simple, clean, elegant, sophisticated. Tongue-in-cheek. Okay, all right, okay, all right, okay, all right. Her son Uriel was on the throne, playing with his pet Zhugat. Guys, what's a Zhugat? What does that mean? Anyway, good morning, Mom. Good morning, darling, said Patema, lifting her son in the air with a feigned stain. Talos, but you're heavy. I don't think I've ever carried such a heavy 10-year-old. That's probably 'cause I'm 11, said Uriel, perfectly aware of his mother's tricks. And you're going to say that as an 11-year-old, I should probably be with my tutor. I was fanatical about studying at your age, said Patema. I am king, said Uriel petulantly. But don't be satisfied with that, said Patema. By all rights, you should be emperor already. You understand that, don't you? Uriel nodded his head. Patema took a moment to marvel at his likeness to the portraits of Tiber Septim, the same ruthless brow and powerful chin. When he was older and lost his baby fat, he'd be splitting image? Spitting image, no? Isn't it spitting image? Is it splitting image and I've been saying spitting image all my life? One's in chat if you thought it was spitting image. Two is if you're like, no, splitting, definitely. I thought it was spitting image. Am I wrong? Now I question it. There are a bunch. Had all of them, including the one you could only pickpocket off a boss that always didn't always spawn. I didn't know this, Sable. I've been playing WoW wrong. Had a long roller coaster day. I don't have the energy to write a horny. Don't write a horny lizard story. Don't. I didn't mean to give you homework. Don't. Please don't. Don't post it in Discord another day either, unless you're like really feeling it. But please don't. It's spitting, right? It's spitting. Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to double check. Thank you, guys. A splitting image of his great granduncle. Behind her, she heard the door opening and an usher bringing in several gray cloaks. She stiffened slightly, and Uriel, on cue, jumped down from the throne and left the stateroom, pausing to greet the most important of the Sijiks. Good morning, Master Iacchus. Iacchus, he said, enunciating each syllable with a regal accent. Let me try it again. Good morning, Master Iacchus, he said, enunciating each syllable with a regal accent that made Patema's heart soar. I hope your accommodations at Castle Solitude meet with your approval. They do, King Uriel, thank you, said Iacchus, delighted and charmed. Iacchus, how do you actually say this dude's name? Iacchus and his Sijiks entered the chamber, and the door was shut behind them. Patema sat only for a moment on the throne before stepping off the dais and greeting her guests. I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting, said Patema. To think that you sailed all the way from the Somerset Isles and I should keep you waiting any longer. You must forgive me. It's not all that long of a voyage, said one of the gray cloaks angrily. It isn't as if we sailed all the way from Pyandonia. Ah, you've seen my most recent guests, King Organum and his retinue, said Patema breezily. I suppose you think it unusual, me entertaining them, as we all know the Pyandonians mean to invade Tamriel. You are, I take it, as neutral in this as you are in all political matters? Of course, said Yakisoba. Of course, said Yakisoba proudly. We have nothing to gain or lose by the invasion. The Sijik order preceded the organization of Tamriel under the Septim dynasty. We shall survive under any political regime. Rather like a flea on whatever mongrel happens along, are you? Said Don't worry, I'm doing great. This is great. We're doing great. Be back later. Bedtime. Bye, fun. We'll see you soon. Go do bedtime. Let's see. Rather like a flea on whatever mongrel happens along, are you? Said Patema, narrowing her eyes. Don't overestimate your importance, Yakisoba. Your order's child, the Mages Guild, has twice the power you have, and they are entirely on my side. We are in the process of making an agreement with the King Orgnum. When the Pyandonians take over, and I am in my proper place as Empress of this continent, then you shall know your proper place in the order of things. With a majestic stride, Patema left the stateroom, leaving the gray cloaks to look from one to the other. We must speak to Lord Levelet, said one of the Grey Cloaks. Yes, said Yakisoba. Perhaps we should. Levelet was quickly found at his usual place in the Moon and Nausea Tavern. As the three Grey Cloaks entered, led by, I really don't want to say Yakisoba, but we're just gonna call him, yes, Yakisoba, yep. Led by Yakisoba, the smoke and noise seemed to die in their path. Even the smell of tobacco and flint dissipated in their wake. He rose and then escorted them all to a small room upstairs. You've reconsidered, said Levelet with a broad smile. Your emperor, said Yakisoba, and then corrected himself. Our emperor originally asked for our support in defending the west coast of Tamriel from the Pyandonian fleet, in return for 12 million gold pieces. We offered our services at 50. Upon reflection of the dangers that a Pyandonian invasion would have, we accept his earlier offer. The Mages Guild has generously, perhaps for as low as 10 million gold pieces, said Yakisoba quickly. Now you're hungry? Yeah, the Moon and Nausea Tavern. Yeah, let's go back to that for a second. The Moon and Nausea Tavern. Would you prefer going to the Moon and Nausea Tavern or the Cat and Goblin Brothel? That is another place that they have mentioned in these books. I would go to the Cat and Goblin. The Moon and Nausea. Okay, anyway. Over the course of dinner, Potema promised King Orgnum, through the interpreter, to lead an insurrection against her brother. She was delighted to discover that her capacity for lying worked in many different cultures. Potema shared her bed that night with King Orgnum. As it seemed the polite and diplomatic thing to do. As it turned out, he was one of the better lovers she had ever had. Get it, girl. He gave her some herbs before beginning... Before what? Okay, he gave... he gave her drugs. He gave her some herbs before beginning that made her feel as if she was floating on the surface of time, conscious only of the gestures of love after she had found herself making them. Okay. She felt herself like the cooling mist, quenching the fire of his lust over and over and over again. In the morning, when he kissed her on the cheek and said with his bald white eyes, Bald white eyes? What does that mean? Like he doesn't have eyelashes? Oh no. It's like Cactus. These are much hornier novels than I anticipated, other than I knew Lusty Argonian was going to be horny. I just didn't know. No lizard tail doesn't do it for me these days. Herbs. Butts and butts and butts and butts. He blind. Oh, bald white eyes. Ulfgar. That makes sense. The smut found us. Said with his bald white eyes that he was leaving her, she felt a stab of regret. The ship left harbor that morning en route to the Somerset Isles and the imminent invasions. She waved them off to sea as she heard footsteps behind her. He blinks. It was Levelet. They'll do it for 8 million, Your Highness, he said. Thanks, Mara, said Potema. I need more time for an insurrection. Pay them for my treasury and then go to the Imperial City and get 12 million from Antiochus. We should make a good profit from this game, and you, of course, will have your share. 3 months later, Potema heard that the fleet of the Pyandonians had been utterly destroyed by a storm that had appeared suddenly off the Isle of Artaeum, the home port of the Sigic Order. Oh, King Orgnum and all of his ships had been utterly annihilated. Sometimes making people hate you, she said, holding her son Uriel close, is how you make a profit. Shady, huh? Intrigue. All right, shall we continue to Wolf Queen verse 5? The Wolf Queen. Book 5, by Wadden Yarth, from the pen of Inzilicus. This is a new word. Inzilicus, 2nd century sage and student of Montakai. 3E 119. Allow me to adjust my horns slightly. Okay. For 21 years, the Emperor Antiochus Septim ruled Tamriel and proved an able leader despite his moral laxity. His greatest victory was in the War of the Isle in the year 110, when the Imperial fleet and the royal navies of Somerset Isle, together with the magical powers of the Sigic Order, succeeded in destroying the Pyndonian invading armada. His siblings, King Magnus of Lilmoth, King Sepphoris of Gillane, and Potema, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, ruled well, and relations between the Empire and the kingdoms of Tamriel were much improved. Still, centuries of neglect had not repaired all the scars that had existed between the Empire and the kings of High Rock and Skyrim. During a rare visitation from his sister and nephew Uriel, Antiochus, who had suffered from several illnesses over his reign, lapsed into a coma. For months he lingered in between life and death, while the Elder Council prepared for the ascension of his 15-year-old daughter, Kintyra, to the throne. 3E 120. "Mother, I can't marry Kintyra," said Uriel, more amused by the suggestion than offended. "She is my first cousin, and besides, I believe she's engaged to one of the lords of the council, Modellus." "You're so squeamish. There's a time and a place for propriety," said Potema. "But you're correct at any rate about Modellus, and we shouldn't offend the Elder Council at such a critical juncture. How do you feel about Princess Rachma? You spent a good deal of time in her company in Faerun. Faerun? Intrigue, desperation, admiration, passion, lust, adventure." Yep. Okay. "She's all right," said Uriel. "Don't tell me you want to hear all the dirty details." "Please, spare me your study of her anatomy," Potema grimaced. "But would you marry her?" "I suppose so." "Very good. I'll make the arrangements then." Potema made a note to herself before continuing. "King Laramo has been a difficult ally to keep, and a political marriage should keep Faerun on our side, should we need them. When is the funeral?" "What funeral?" asked Uriel. "You mean for Uncle Antiochus?" "Of course," sighed Potema. "Anyone else of note die recently?" "There are a bunch of little Redguard children running through the hall, so I guess Sepphoris has arrived. Magnus arrived at court yesterday, so it ought to be any day now. It's time to address the council then," said Potema, smiling. She dressed in black, not her usual colorful ensembles. It was important to look the part of the grieving sister. Regarding herself in the mirror, she felt that she looked all of her 53 years. A shock of silver wound its way through her auburn hair. The long, cold, dry winters of northern Skyrim had created a map of wrinkles, thin as a spiderweb, all across her face. Still, she knew that when she smiled, she could win hearts, and when she frowned, she could inspire fear. It was enough for her purposes. Adventure is out there. I love. Okay, now it's gotten to this excellent place where not only are you making clips, but you're typing in chat the thing you want me to say and then clipping it. I can't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop unless you want to stop. If you want to stop, you should stop. But if you don't want to stop, adventure is out there. Potema's speech to the Elder Council is perhaps helpful to students of public speaking. She began with flattery and self-abasement. "My most august and wise friends, members of the Elder Council, I am but a provincial queen, and I can only assume to bring to issue what you yourselves must have already pondered." She continued on to praise the late emperor, who had been a popular ruler despite his flaws. He was a true septim and a great warrior, destroying, with your counsel, the near-invincible armada of the Pyandonia. But little time was wasted before she came to her point. "The Empress Gisela unfortunately did nothing to temper my brother's lustful spirits. In point of fact, no whore in the slums of the city spread out on the beds more than she." Wow, the slut-shaming! Had she attended her duties in the imperial bedchambers more faithfully, we would have a true heir to the empire, not the half-wit, milksop bastards who call themselves the Emperor's children. The girl called Kintyra is popularly believed to be the daughter of Gisela and the captain of the guard. It may be that she is the daughter of Gisela and the boy who cleans the cistern. We could never know for certain. Not as certainly as we know the lineage of my son, Uriel, the eldest true son of the Septim dynasty. My lords, the princess of the empire will not stand for a bastard on the throne. That I can assure you. Wow, 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 wow. So ASMR moment? ASMR moment. How do we do this? How do we do this? How do we ASMR? Okay, hold on. Do I stop the music in the background? How do I ASMR? I forgot how to ASMR, guys, because it's been a bazillion years since somebody made me do this. Okay, hold on. Let me find my meditation timer. This is what I always use. Okay, we'll stop the noises in the background for 2 seconds. And then, oh my god, it's making me sign in. What kind of meditation timer makes you sign in? Don't make me sign in to use a meditation timer, please. Oh my god, now they want my name? Okay. Okay. Oh my god, stop. Stop, just let me do things. Okay, here we go. What does it say? It says 5 minutes, right? Only fire noises, only tinkle crinkles. It's 5 minutes of ASMR, right? I think. Hold on, let me change things here. Why? Okay. Okay, can you hear this bell? No, it didn't. Okay, hold on, wait, stop. Okay, hold on. Okay, hold on. I would just like to have a timer of some sort. Okay, ready? Did you hear the thing? Welcome to ASMR with me, Abbers M2. I don't know with ASMR if you're supposed to whisper or if you're supposed to use your soft narrator voice, but here are some weird mouth noises for you, Soul Sickness. How do we feel about it? Was that very ASMR or no? I can also do this. I need something to make noise with. Ooh, Soul Sickness. Soul Sickness bought me clarinet reeds, and I can tap on these are clarinet reeds that Soul Sickness bought me, and I can't. There, can you see? And so I can. One of the things that T. Miller likes with ASMR, because T. Miller likes ASMR. She likes it when people are like, "Oh, here, let me brush your face. Here, let me just here's a brush on your face. Here, ooh, ah, ASMR. What if we brush the microphone? Does that sound like anything? Can you hear it if I brush the microphone? Oh yeah, it's making noise. It's making noise. Do we like the sound of the brush on the microphone? Is that a good ASMR? Did we do it? Fanaria. lusty Argonian maiden scene. So, if you feel like getting extorted, all we need is 8 more subs, and then I will read the lusty fan fiction by Fenaria. Did that sound like a sea breeze? Is that good? Is it good? More brushing? More of this? What if we scratch a thing? ASMR. How's that? Are you feeling a tingle in your jimmies? I can find more things to tap. What about this? What if I just... That's probably not ASMR. Oh, do you want a slurp? Let me try to slurp it for you. Did you hear the slurp? Because I heard it, I felt it. And it went straight to my throat. Straight to my throat. I can make a slurp noise. How was that? Was that good? Did you feel it? Oh God. What an amazing time to follow. Welcome. Oh, why are you ruining my ASMR moment? Why? There you go, you're banned. Anyway, good stuff, huh? Just slap it? Slap what? Slap what? Just, how's that? Ooh, ASMR. That was a slap. Can you tell that my mic is right here? And that's why I'm doing this, so that you can really hear it. ASMR ban. You've been banned. ASMR style. Let me just brush your face a little. There it is, just a little. Should we slap it one more time? How's that? Is that good ASMR? What if I scratch the microphone? Does that sound nice? Or is that a sonic nightmare? Is all of this a sonic nightmare? Is any of this real? Where are we at with my meditation timer? That was 5 minutes of ASMR, brought to you by Soul Sickness. We did it, team. We ASMR'd. The brush worked, really? That word? You're crying? We ASMR'd. We banned someone. I felt very good about it. Your cat is thoroughly invested in my stream now because of the brush on the mic. I can't hear it is the funny thing, so I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it to see. All right, amazing, good. I'm glad it was worth it. I'm glad you enjoyed. Everyone, that ASMR moment was brought to you by Soul Sickness. Thank you, Soul Sickness. Amazing, ridiculous. I don't even know where we left off. I was gonna say my cat said hello and then she dipped. She's over it. She's like, don't want to hang out for this one. Shall we continue? Right, she's slut shaming the queen, basically trying to say that none of the king's children or the emperor's children are actually his children, and because she wants her son to be the emperor. Right? Is that basically that's what's happening? Okay, cool. All right, here we go. She ended mildly, but with a call to action. Posterity will judge you. You know what must be done. That evening, Hotema entertained her brothers and their wives in the map room, her favorite of the imperial dining chambers. The walls were splashed with bright, if fading, representations of the Empire and all known lands beyond Atmora, Yokunda, Akavir, Pyandonia, Thros. Overhead, the great glass domed ceiling, wet with rain, displayed distorted images of the stars overhead. Lightning flashed every other minute, casting strange phantom shadows on the walls. "When will you speak to the council?" asked Potema as dinner was served. "I don't know if I will," said Magnus. "I don't believe I have anything to say." "I'll speak to them when they announce the coronation of Kintyra," said Sepphoris, "merely as a formality to show my support and support of Hammerfell." "You can't speak for all of Hammerfell?" asked Potema with a teasing smile. "The Redguards must love you very much." "We have a unique relationship with the Empire in Hammerfell," said Sepphoris' wife, Bianchi. "Since the Treaty of Stros Mackay, it's been understood that we are part of the Empire, but not a subject. I understand you've already spoke to the council and Magnus' wife, Helena." Helena pointedly. Wow. "I understand you've already spoken to the council," said Magnus' wife, Helena, pointedly. She was a diplomat by nature, but as the Cyrodiilic ruler of an Argonian kingdom, she knew how to recognize and confront adversity. "Yes, I have," said Potema, pausing to savor a slice of braised jalf bird. Jalfbird? Okay. I gave them a short speech about the coronation this afternoon. "Our sister is an excellent public speaker," said Sepphoris. "You're too kind," said Potema, laughing. "I do many things better than speaking." "Such as?" asked Bianchi, smiling. "Might I ask what you said in your speech?" asked Magnus suspiciously. There was a knock on the chamber door. The head steward whispered something to Potema, who smiled in response and rose from the table. "I told the council that I would give my full support to the coronation, provided they would proceed with the wisdom." "What could be sinister about that?" Potema said, and took her glass of wine with her to the door. "If you'll pardon me, my niece Kintyra wishes to have a word with me." Kintyra stood in the hall with the Imperial Guard. She was but a child, but on reflection, Potema realized that at her age, she was already married 2 years to Mantiarco. There was a similarity, to be certain. Potema could see Kintyra as the young queen, with dark eyes and pallid skin, smooth and resolute like marble. Anger flashed momentarily in Kintyra's eyes on seeing her aunt, but emotion left her, replaced with calm imperial presence. "Queen Potema," she said serenely, "I have been informed that my coronation will take place in 2 days' time. Your presence at the ceremony will not be welcome. I have already given orders to your servants to have your belongings packed, and an escort will be accompanying you back to your kingdom tonight. That is all. Goodbye, Aunt." Potema began to reply, but Kintyra and her guard turned and moved back down to the corridor to the stateroom. Wow. Words. Hard. Moved back down the corridor to the stateroom. The Wolf Queen watched them go, and then re-entered the map room. "Sister-in-law," said Potema, addressing Bianchi with her deep malevolence, "you asked would I do better than speaking? The answer is war. Take your wine to the door. Escort you out later." Okay, so Kintyra didn't like her speech, which is understandable. I have this paintbrush now, and I'm gonna gesture with it. Okay, Kintyra didn't like her speech because Kintyra it's Kintyra's mother that she was slamming. Is that right? There's a lot happening in this Wolf Queen business. It's my other drag look. We can make this one into an emote. Okay, book 6. Are we prepared for it? Are we ready? Are you ready for this jelly? Wolf Queen, verse 6. The Wolf Queen, book 6. By Juan Yarth. From the pen of Purse first. Walk into the room purse first. It is a known fact that a woman do carry an evening bag at dinner time. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. That was for T. Miller and for Podge. Purse first, purse first. Walk into the room purse first. Okay, anyway, from the pen of Inzolycus, 2nd century sage. 3E 120. The 15-year-old Empress Kintyra Septim II, daughter of Antiochus. Okay, that's why. Okay. So yeah, Kintyra was like, get the fuck out of here, Potema, talking shit about my mom. I want you here during my coronation. Right? Not only was she talking shit about her mom, but also she was essentially saying Kintyra is not rightfully the heir to the empire. Yeah? Right? Butts. Get him out of here. Okay, got it. Understood. We get it now. Okay, so 3E 120. The 15-year-old Empress Kintyra Septim II, daughter of Antiochus, was coronated? Coronated. I think there's some typos in here, huh? Coronated on the 3rd day of the first seed. Her uncles Magnus, king of Lilimoth, and Sepphoris, king of Ghislaine, were in attendance, but her aunt, Potema, the Wolf Queen of Solitude, had been banished from the court. Once back in her kingdom, Queen Potema began assembling the rebellion, which was to be known as the War of the Red Diamond. All the allies she had made over the years of disgruntled kings and nobles joined forces with her against the new empress. The first early strikes against the empire were entirely successful. Throughout Skyrim and northern High Rock, the Imperial army found themselves under attack. Potema and her forces washed over Tamriel like a plague, inciting riots and insurrections everywhere they touched. In the autumn of the year, the loyal Duke of Glenpoint, on the coast of the High Rock, sent an urgent request for reinforcements from the Imperial army, and Kintyra, to inspire the resistance to the Wolf Queen, led the army herself. 3E 121. We don't know where they are, said the Duke, deeply embarrassed. I've sent scouts out all over the countryside. I can only assume that they've retreated up north upon hearing of your army's arrival. I hate to say it, but I was hoping for a battle, said Kintyra. I'd like to put my aunt's head on a spike and parade it around the empire. Her son Uriel and his army are right on the border to the Imperial province, mocking me. How are they able to be so successful? Are they just that good in battle, or do my subjects truly hate me? She was tired after many months of struggling through the mud of autumn and winter. Crossing the Dragontail Mountains, her army nearly marched into an ambush. A blizzard snap in the normally temperate barony of Dwynnon was so unexpected and severe that it must certainly have been cast by one of Potema's wizard allies. Everywhere she turned, she felt her aunt's touch. And now, her chance of facing the Wolf Queen at last had been thwarted. It was almost too much to bear. It is fear, pure and simple, said the Duke. That is her greatest weapon. I need to ask, said Kintyra, hoping that by sheer will, she could keep her voice from revealing any of the fear that the Duke spoke of. You've seen the army. Is it true that she has summoned a force of undead warriors to do her bidding? No, as a matter of fact, it's not true, but she certainly fosters that rumor. Her army attacks at night, partly for strategic reasons and partly to advance fears like that. She has, so far as I know, no supernatural aid other than the standard battle mages and nightblades of any modern army, huh? Real Housewives of Tamriel! Dude, if that's not a thing, it should be a thing. God, just that should be a thing. That should be a thing. I want that to be a thing. It escalated quickly. Get him out of here. Time for war. I mean, given what had happened prior, it's been building toward it. You know, it makes sense in a very Game of Thronesy way. Hi, you came back. She's like, Mother, please don't hold me like this. What if I hold you like a baby? Is that better? No. She's not into it. She's not here for it. You want to sit on my... Oh, you're not here for me. You're here to play with chords. She's here to play with chords. She's not here for me. You're not here for me. You're here to fuck with my headphone cord, huh? Yeah. Can I show you to Twitch one more time? She's like, Mother, I want to play with the chords. Mother, don't hold me like this. I'm sorry. Here, come over here. This is a good spot for you over here. Yeah, good girl. Okay. Anyway, release me, Mother, pretty much. Pretty much. Okay, let's see. Yeah, right. So standard battle mages, night blades, any modern army. It's normal, just normal battle stuff, you know. Just how any army does business. I'm actually amazed that Bonnie's not more interested in like everything happening here, but she's not. She doesn't really care. They are her cords. She's much more excited about the cords than she is at the feathers on my head, which is understandable. She does get into wigs though. She'll be very into like rubbing her face on wigs if I'm wearing a wig, you know? You know? Okay, anyway. Always at night, thought Kintyra thoughtfully. I suppose that's to disguise their numbers. And to move her troops into position before we're aware of them, added the Duke. She's the master of the sneak attack. When you hear a march to the east, you can be certain she's already on top of you from the south. But listen, we'll discuss this all tomorrow morning. I've prepared the castle's best rooms for you and your men. Kintyra sat in her tower suite, and by the light of the moon and a single tallow candle, she penned a letter to her husband-to-be, Lord Modellus, back in the Imperial City. She hoped to be married to him in the summer at the Blue Palace her grandmother Quintilla had loved so much. You know what's funny? Okay, can I just say, I'm having these moments, like, anytime they, like, mention something of, like, I've been there in Skyrim. I know where they're talking about, so it's kind of fun. It's fun doing this after having, like, played enough to be like, oh, I've been to the Blue Palace. I've been to Solitude. I know where things and stuff are, kind of, you know? You know? You know. It's kind of fun. It's kind of exciting. It's kind of a good time, you guys. Let's see. Nerd chills, right? Tallow candle. Animal fat. Okay, anyway. Blue Palace, her grandmother Quintilla had loved so much, but the war may not permit it. As she wrote, she gazed out the window at the courtyard below and the haunted, leafless trees of winter. Two of her guards stood up on battlements, several feet away from one another. Just like Modellus and Kintyra, she thought, and proceeded to expound on the metaphor in her letter. A knock on the door interrupted her poetry. "A letter, your majesty, from Lord Modellus," said the young courier. I gave the young courier that voice, handing the note to her. It was short, and she read it quickly before the courier had a chance to retire. "I'm confused by something. When did he write this?" "1 week ago," said the courier. "He said it was urgent and that I make it here as quickly as possible while he mobilized the army. I imagine they've left the city already." Kintyra dismissed the courier. Modellus said that he had received a letter from her, urgently calling for reinforcements to the battle at Glenpoint. Oh, snap. But there was no battle at Glenpoint, and she had only just arrived today. Then who wrote the letter in her handwriting? And why would they want Modellus to bring a second army out of the Imperial City into High Rock? Feeling a chill from the night air at the window, Kintyra went back to shut the latch. The two guards on the battlements were gone. She leaned over at the sound of the muffled struggle behind one of the barren trees and did not hear the door open. When she turned, she saw Queen Potema and Menton, Duke of Glenpoint, in the room with a host of guards. "You move quietly, Aunt," she said after a moment's pause. She turned to the Duke. "What turned you against your loyalty to the Empire? Fear?" "And gold," said the Duke simply. "What happened to my army?" asked Kintyra, trying to look Potema steadily in the face. "Is the battle over so soon?" "All of your men are dead," smiled Potema. "But there was no battle here, merely quiet and efficient assassination. There will be battles ahead against Modellus in the Dragontail Mountains and against the remnants of the Imperial Army in the city. I'll send you regular updates on the progress of the war." "So I am to be kept here as your hostage?" asked Kintyra flatly, suddenly aware of the solidity of the stones and the great height of her tower room. "Damn you, look at me. I'm your empress." "Think of it this way. I am taking you from being a fifth-rate ruler to a first-rate martyr," said Potema with a wink. "But I understand if you don't want to thank me for that." Yo, the intrigue. Guys, we picked a good one. I don't know if y'all are as into this. It seems like you are. Thank you for being here. But this is a fun story, huh? I'm excited about it. The plot thickens. Oh my God, Sable, compliment you. Please. Please. Sable, you are very artistic and very creative and very hard on yourself, which I think we all are.
But I wish you weren't, which I know is so difficult and impossible when you're inside the situation, but I wish you could see what a lovely, smart, kind human being you are, because you are. I think it's so cool. Like, the music that you've created is really beautiful and lovely. Like, those guitar riffs are gorgeous, and your vocal lines. I know musicians hate being compared to people, so I apologize for this, but it does give me some like Elliott Smith vibes, and it's gorgeous, and I love it. I just appreciate you being here. I'm so glad to have gotten to know you. It's always fun watching you play Stardew. When you play Stardew, you're so dedicated and you have such a like incredible farm happening in Stardew. I hope this doesn't come off the wrong way, but I connect with people that have similar kind of mental shit that I've got going on, and I just think you're great. And I know that it's really hard for you to see how great you are, but I really do think you're great, just like for the record. For the record. Compliment, BB. Fly, you fool. Who's sprinting? Why are we sprinting? Who's leaving? Who's sprinting? Acclimated already to your Gandalf? I mean, a little bit, yeah. Well, okay, so with the Gandalf thing, Bonnie gets real into the beard part of it, which is funny. So it's not, I mean, it is the wig, but it's more the beard than the wig, if that makes sense. Which is goofy. All right, guys, verse 7. The plot thickens. The plot thickens. Wolf Queen, she's interesting. She's one of those that it's like, I'm rooting for her even though I don't know that I should be. It's kind of a, oh, I told you it was gonna fall apart. Hold on, we'll put it back together. We can rebuild her, don't worry. I didn't super glue things or hot glue them because I was like, who's got the time? And also, what if I want to change out the flowers and the feathers to make it autumnal, or to make it springtime? So really, oh god, everything's coming apart. Don't worry, it's fine. Everything's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This looks fine. Here, I have these. Should I just stick them somewhere? This is what I did before. Okay, just you. Just right there. And then this guy, same idea, but over here. There! Done! It's like nothing happened. You saw nothing. Okay. Book 7? Are we here for it? Part 7, verse 7, book 7? Alright, let's do this thing. The Wolf Queen, verse 7. The Wolf Queen, book 7, by Waun Yarth. From the pen of Inzulicus, 2nd century sage. 3E, 125. The exact date of the Empress Kintyra Septim II's execution. Okay, the exact date of the Empress Kintyra Septim II's execution in the tower at Glenpoint Castle is open to some speculation. Some believe she was slain shortly after her imprisonment in the 121st year. Others maintain that she was kept alive as a hostage until shortly before her uncle Sepphoris, king of Gulain, reconquered the western High Rock in the summer of the 125th year. The certainty of Kintyra's demise rallied many against the Wolf Queen Potema and her son, who had been crowned Emperor Uriel Septim III 4 years previously when he invaded the underguarded imperial city. Bonnie, don't knock it down, please. Please don't knock it down. Please don't knock it down. Hi. Yeah, don't knock it down. Don't do it. There's other stuff for you to fuck with. Don't fuck with that. Fuck with other stuff, okay? Yeah. Yeah. Hi. You're a sweet baby and I love you. Just talking to my cat, don't worry about it. Okay. So, certainty of Kintyra's demise rallied many against the Wolf Queen Potema and her son, who had been crowned Emperor Uriel Septim III 4 years previously when he invaded the underguarded imperial city. Sepphoris concentrated his army on the war in High Rock, while his brother Magnus, king of Lilmoth, Cats, man. Brought his Argonian troops through loyal Morrowind and into Skyrim to fight in Potema's home province. The reptilian troops fought well in the summer months, but during the winter they retired south to regroup and attack again when the weather was warm. At this stalemate, the war lasted out 2 more years. Also in the 125th year, Magnus's wife Helena gave birth to the... It's probably Helena, huh? It's probably Helena. Very nice compliment. I mean it! It's true! I really mean it. I do. I do. Also, I keep... Guys, I just want this to look nice. No, but Sable, I really do mean it. I do. I'm glad to have gotten to know you. I don't know how I think I found you through Sliced Raven, probably, I think. And I'm glad I have. I'm glad I've had a chance to get to know you more, for real. Okay, so also in the 125th year, Magnus's wife Helena gave birth to their first child, a boy who they named Pelagius, after the emperor who fathered Magnus, Sepphoris, the late emperor Antiochus, and the dread wolf queen of solitude. Raven, yeah. I miss Raven. I hope they start streaming again because I really liked their streams. Let's see. Okay, 3E 127. Oh, guys, now that I see it, I can't unsee it and the things and the stuff and the... It's just, it doesn't matter, but it matters to me. It doesn't matter, but it matters to me, guys. It's fine. I'm gonna stop whining about it. It looks fine. Everything's fine. They probably made it worse. It's fine. It's fine. It's just chaos, but it's fine. Thinking about Raven today for no reason. I hope they stream again. Right? Yeah. Last time I talked to them, they were doing really well. They were just in the middle of a bunch of stuff, like... They got a new job and they had to move again and they just started dating someone new. So like it's just like all these things that like make you busy in life, you know. But it seems like they're doing well overall. But yeah, I miss them. I hope they start streaming again because their Saturday morning art streams were so fun. Okay, 3E 127. Potema sat on soft silk cushions in the warm grass in front of her tent and watched the sun rise over the dark woods on the other side of the meadow. It was a peculiarly vibrant morning, typical of Skyrim's summertide. The high chirrup of insects buzzed all around her, and the sky surged with thousands of following birds, rolling over one another and forming a multitude of patterns. Nature was unaware of the war coming to Falconstar, she surmised. Your Highness, a message from the army in Hammerfell, said one of her maids, bringing in a courier. He was breathing hard, stained with sweat and mud, evidence of a long, fast ride over many, many miles. My queen, said the courier, looking through the ground. I bring grave news of your son, the Emperor. He met here. I'm like making myself hyperventilate, and I shouldn't do that. Okay. I bring grave news of your son, the Emperor. He met your brother, King Sepphoris' army in Hammerfell in the countryside of Ichidog, and there did battle. You would be proud, for he fought well, but in the end, the Imperial army was defeated, and your son, our Emperor, was captured. King Sepphoris is bringing him to Ghislaine. That fucked me up. Breathe, baby, breathe. I do need to breathe. Just take a little inhale. And then exhale. And then inhale. Unfortunately, the courier had onions for lunch, breathing heavily. What it reminds me of is in Devil Wears Prada, when Stanley Tucci is like, who had an onion bagel for breakfast? And then Anne Hathaway's like smelling her breath. So good. It's so silly. That movie is like terrible but amazing. Hi, I was just gonna pick you up. Oh, I was gonna pick up my cat and she was like, fuck you, I'm gonna fuck up everything. No, stop. Anyway, another inhale. Another exhale. I shouldn't try to pick up my cat anymore. She gets upset. You got upset, huh? You don't like it. I understand. Do you want me to move this so you can sit here? I can move this and then you can sit here. Or do you want to rub your face on it? I can't tell what you want sometimes. Okay, you rub your face on that. No, wasn't a question. So good. It's like that movie has so many one-liners that I just like. Anyway, your favorite character is the courier. One of your favorite things about masks? Like, who cares if I had zippered herring for lunch? Kippered. I was like, what is zippered herring? Yeah, no, and honestly fun. It's true. And then there are moments where I'm wearing a mask and I'm like, how funky is my breath right now? Because it smells weird in this mask. And then I can't tell. I'm like, does it smell weird where I am? Or does my mask smell weird? Which means my breath is probably gross sometimes. Potema listened to the news, scowling. That clumsy fool, she said at last. Potema stood up and strolled into camp, where the men were arming themselves, preparing for battle. Long ago, the soldiers understood that their lady did not stand on ceremony, and she would prefer that they work rather than salute her. Lord Vulcan was ahead of her, already meeting the commander of the battle mages, discussing the last-minute strategy. My queen, said the courier, who had been following her, what are you going to do? I'm going to win this battle with Magnus, despite his superior position holding the ruins of Cogmanthist Castle, said Potema. And then, when I know what Sephiroth means to do with the Emperor, I'll respond accordingly. If there's a ransom to be paid, I'll pay it. If there's a prison exchange needed, so be it. Now, please, bath yourself and rest. Try not to get in the way of the war. It's not an ideal scenario, said Lord Vulcan when Potema had entered the commander's tent. If we attack the castle from the west, we'll be running directly into the fire from their mages and archers. If we come from the east, we'll be going through swamps, and the Argonians do better in that type of environment than we do. A lot better. Made me question if I always had red breath, or is it the mask? Right, yeah, totally. It's so true. That's really funny. I think the mask just, like, amplifies the funk, maybe. I don't know. I'm one of those too that like I never think about it. I'm like, whatever, like life's too short not to have like garlic and onions. Like, it's what? Sue me. I don't care. Why? Whatever. Like do you ever remember, I don't know if this was just like a me thing or like a assigned female at birth thing or what, but there's this like moment when you're a teenager where everyone's like, hey, I can't have something that'll make my breath stinky. What if I'm gonna make out with someone? Then what will I do? Just like, just brush your teeth and then make out with them, I guess, right? Garlic and onions. Anytime. This is like an old joke, but it's true. Anytime someone is cooking and you're like, oh my god, that smells so good. What is it? It is garlic and onions, guaranteed. Guarantee you. All you need to do to make your house smell good like you're an amazing chef, just fucking saute garlic and onions. Done. Easy. Done. That's what gum is for. That's what I'm saying. Or like Altoids. Do you guys remember Altoids? I think they're still a thing. Curiously strong mints. Not sponsored. I'll eat onions raw. No, you won't. No, you won't. No, you fucking won't. Like an apple? No, you won't. No, you won't. Do you really? Olfgar wants me to sing. Spatula dog, don't tell me you'll eat onions raw like an apple. I think you're lying. Olfgar, do you want me to sing, to chat, or should I sing what I'm reading? I can't decide. I'm gonna make you decide for me. Do you actually, spatula dog? I think you're lying for the sake of a joke like you do sometimes. Or just make out with someone who also ate onions. That's what I'm saying. Soul sickness if everyone eats onions. We can all make out and it's fine. Let's all eat onions and make out with each other. That's what you do in Skyrim. It's not what anyone does in Skyrim. Sing the book. It's too late. I sang other things. Your aunt does that. Do you actually? Sorry. Do you actually? Do you really? But do you really though? It's okay if you do. I just need to know if you're being serious. Next time I stream, I'll eat. Stop. No. Really? You really do? Okay. Live your life. I'm just amazed. I'm amazed by it. Gimp is busy playing a game. Otherwise, he would vouch for you, huh? Okay. All right. Ulfgar. What about the north and the south? Just the hills, correct? Very steep hills, your highness, said the commander. We should post bowmen there, but we'll be too vulnerable, putting out the majority of our force. So it's the swamp, said Potema, and added pragmatically, unless we withdraw and wait for them to come out before fighting. How was that? Was that a good singing? Is that good? Did that do it? How do you feel? You know what's funny, Ulfgar? I have to like remind myself that you and Cactus are like amazing like opera singers. But I'm glad I don't remind myself that until after I sing. Because if I reminded myself that before I sang, I would feel very sheepish about singing for you. Good singing, everyone. Good singing. Good show. Good show, everyone. Good singing. We really sang. Let's see. Raw garlic, on the other hand, will burn you. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Grandma used to have a huge garden. We'd eat everything right out of the ground. It was wonderful. I mean, that does sound amazing. I was like, I mentioned this on stream the other day, but I got a bunch of free produce from the community garden at my work, and like, everyone says this, and it's like true. Like fresh produce, like real produce. Like in the United States, the produce you get from the grocery store is like not necessarily like the freshest or realest produce, basically. But like when you get like real shit, like straight from the ground, it's like a game changer. It's totally different. It's a whole other thing. It's amazing. I wish I had your improv skills. Hey, I definitely went to school for jazz, and definitely didn't get a degree. So part of my improv skills are that. Part of it is just having zero fear. And just literally just going with it. But thank you. I appreciate it. A little golf cart. Just a little one of those. He ate a bowl of minced onions. I like onions. I even like raw onions, like in certain like preparations, like on a sandwich. I'll do like raw onions or whatever. I don't think I could just like straight up eat raw onion though. That is remarkable. The difference between fresh garden tomato and store. Yes, tomatoes specifically. Oh, I just scared my cat by screaming. Yes, but the tomatoes specifically are one of the things that I got, Sable, that like night and day, completely different. Let's see. Yeah, you can't have shame. That's really what it comes down to, is not having shame. That's really what it comes down to. And trusting your ear. Because at the end of the day, well, here's the thing. Okay, so when we talk about improv, and I'm not even talking about vocal improv, because that's just like me just like being silly or whatever, but improv from playing saxophone and studying jazz, so much of it is confidence, and recognizing that the human ear will resolve things, whether or not it actually like belongs in the key or whatever. But yeah, no shame. No shame is huge. Because like, I remember in like junior high jazz band, like the kids that were really good at soloing weren't necessarily the best musicians. They were the ones that just didn't give a fuck, you know? Yeah, you just wing it. It's really easy when you're alone in your apartment too. It's different, like actually in front of like actual people that you can like see, you know what I mean? But like I'm like in my apartment by myself wearing this in front of my TV, like or my computer, you know? I don't know, but thank you, appreciate it. Hated tomatoes until I grew some. It's such a game changer. Went to school for opera and didn't get a degree. Yes! High five. I know. I went to school for saxophone performance and didn't get a degree. That's the musician way, baby. Yeah, night and day. That's why D&D really helps you. It's true. Playing a bard in D&D especially is really funny that way. It does it too, just like an apple. There is historical precedent for that. It's not as though like y'all are like super unique in that. I've heard of people doing that, but like the idea of doing it myself, I cannot wrap my head around it. This is something you do because you enjoy it? That sounded ridiculous, but it's true. This is my question. Is it one of those things that you do because you like it? I'm assuming it is. It's not just a thing that's like, hey guys, watch this party trick. I can eat an onion and I don't care. It's gotta be because you enjoy it, right? I can eat an apple like an apple. What now? What say ye? Okay, anyway. It's not a parlor trick. I love onions. Okay, all right, there. Oh my god. You guys, my little leaf thingies. That's impressive. Really impressive. It's just very interesting. Good for you, Spatty. Enjoy your life. Enjoy your onions. Who am I to onion shame? I shouldn't onion shame. It's not onion shaming so much as just confusion. That's all. That's all. Favorite snack my grandma made for me? Chopped onions and tomatoes mixed with Miracle Whip. Oh, okay. Like a salad-y vibe. Okay. You could eat a lemon. What? What? You eat lemons like oranges? What? Oh my god, wild. Wild. Y'all are wild. The Skyrim stream has taken a turn. Talking about things that we eat that other people are probably like, what the fuck? I don't know if I've got anything like that. I like lemons. I don't think I could just like straight up eat a lemon. I don't think I could do it. Limes though. Interesting. Huh, okay. All right, okay, all right, okay. All right, back to business. What about the north and the south? Just hills, correct? Very steep hills, Your Highness, said the commander. We should post bowmen there, but we'll be too invulnerable putting out the majority of our force. So it's the swamp, said Patema, and added pragmatically, unless we withdraw and wait for them to come out before fighting. If we wait, Sephiroth will have his army here from High Rock and will be trapped between the two of them. Oh god, I knew it was gonna fall. I knew it. Guys, I should have just superglued things, but again, I didn't want to commit. I just didn't want to commit, so I just kind of piled them on top of my head, and I was like, this'll work. And then, sure enough, things started falling apart, and then I was like, oh no, it's falling apart. Whatever will I do? And now I'm... struggle. It's fine. It's fine. Again, I just didn't want to... The horns themselves are just horns, you know what I mean? And then I put, like, flowers and shit on top of them, because I was like, oh, this'll look cool and witchy, and it does, but it's not staying. Cause I planned this poorly. Okay, just don't touch it. Just don't touch it. See, but this is the problem. I keep wanting to move this feather, because this feather guy is just in my face. Okay, all right, okay. All right, okay, that's better. This is better. This is better. Stop touching it. Stop touching it. Let's see, okay. You have. Olaf makes fun of me for it a lot. Have you ever frozen berries, frozen grapes? I can get behind that. Frozen lemonade. The lemons of my childhood were fresh. That makes a difference, right? Okay, let's see. If we wait, Sephiroth will have his army here from High Rock, and we'll be trapped between the two of them, said Lord Vulcan. Not a preferable situation. I'll talk to the troops, said the commander. Try to prepare them for the swamp attack. No, said Patema. I'll speak to them. In full battle gear, the soldiers gathered in the center of the camp. They were a motley collection of men and women, Cyrodiils, Nords, Bretons, and Denmark, young bloods and old veterans, the sons and daughters of nobles, shopkeepers, serfs, priests, prostitutes, farmers, academics, adventurers, all of them under the banner of the Red Diamond, the symbol of the imperial family of Tamriel. My children, Patema said, her voice ringing out, hanging in the still morning mist. We have fought many battles together, over mountaintops and beachheads, through forests and deserts. I have seen great acts of valor from each one of you, which does my heart proud. I have also seen dirty fighting, backstabbing, cruel and wanton feats of savagery, which pleases me equally well, for you are all warriors. Warming to her theme, Patema walked the line from soldier to soldier, looking each one in the eye. War is in your blood, in your brain, in your muscles, in everything you think and everything you do. When this war is over, when the forces are vanquished that seek to deny the throne of the true Emperor, Uriel Septim III, you may cease to be warriors. You may choose to return to your lives before the war, to your farms, to your cities, and to show off your scars and tell the tales of the deeds you did this day to your wondering neighbors. But on this day, make no mistake, you are warriors. You are war. She could see her words were working. All around her, bloodshot eyes were focusing on the slaughter to come, arms tensing around weapons. She continued in her loudest cry, and you will move through the swamplands like an unstoppable power from the blackest part of oblivion, and you will rip the scales from the reptilian things in Cogmanthist's castle. You are warriors, and you need not only fight, you must win. You must win. My introduction to eating lemons was frozen lemon. Interesting. Okay. The soldiers roared in response, shocking the birds from the trees all around the camp. From a vantage point on the hills to the south, Potema and Lord Voken had excellent views of the battle as it raged. It looked like two swarms of two colors of insect moving back and forth over a clump of dirt, which was the castle ruins. Occasionally, a burst of flame or a cloud of acid from one of the mages would flicker over the battle, arresting their attention. But hour after hour, the fighting seemed like nothing but chaos. "A rider approaches," said Lord Voken, breaking the silence. The young Redguard woman was wearing the crest of Ghislaine, but carried a white flag. Potema allowed her to approach. Like the courier from the morning, the rider was well travel-worn. "Your Highness," she said, out of breath, "I have been sent from your brother, my Lord King Sepphoris, to bring you dire news. Your son Uriel was captured in Ichidog, on the field of battle, and from there transported to Ghislaine." "I know all this," said Potema scornfully. "I have couriers of my own. You can tell your master that after I've won this battle, I'll pay whatever ransom or exchange." "Your Highness, an angry crowd met the caravan your son was in before it made it to Ghislaine," the rider said quickly. "Your son is dead. He had been burned to death within his carriage. He's dead." Potema turned from the young woman and looked down at the battle. Her soldiers were going to win. Magnus's army was in retreat. "One other item of news, Your Highness," said the rider. "King Sepphoris is being proclaimed emperor." Roughski. That's a roughski. Potema did not look at the woman. Her army was celebrating their victory. "Oh, that's a roughski. But you knew it. You knew it was going to happen, right? Right? That's what's so weird about, like, I don't know. Historical democracies that are, like, looking for, you know, that have some sort of, like, lineage-based kind of, like, leadership, right? Like there's something... I said democracies. That's not what I meant. Monarchies. There's something so strange about, like, I don't know, this, like, desperate need for tradition and to, like, have someone in power, but, like, for what? Like, for what? What does it get you? What does it actually do for you? You know what I mean? Topical. Topical. I've thought it's so strange, especially in the United States. In other places, I'm sure it's different, but especially in the United States, I'm like, I've always thought this kind of like fascination with the royals is strange, especially from like a United States kind of like perspective, right? But like, I mean, the British Empire is like fucking awful historically in terms of the way that it was like fucked up in like it's just, I don't even need to say it. So it's like, it's so bizarre, this like pomp and circumstance surrounding like mourning the death of like Queen Elizabeth II, like given the way in which and reasons for which she had all this power. Like, it's just like, it's so strange. Isn't it strange, Sable? I get that, like, if it's like the tradition you grew up with and you are from England and you live in England, like I understand that on some level maybe that like hits you in like a more personal way kind of a thing, but especially for people here to like give a shit about it. Okay, I'm from Colorado. Our governor, Jared Polis, who has been questionable at best at his job as governor, but he put out this like tweet that was like, on behalf of the state of Colorado, we stand with those mourning the death of Queen Elizabeth II. And I like went to read like all of the different comments underneath, and the first one I read was like, laugh my ass off. Literally no one asked you to do this. Like, no one asked you to do this. And now you're just pissing off people that were like colonized and brutalized by the British Empire. Like, way to go. Way to go. Like, why? Like, why? For what? Why? What stake does Colorado have in that at all whatsoever? Not to mention like the history of like United States independence, which is its own thing. But like look at Australia. Look at various countries in Africa. Look at India. Like, look at... Come the fuck on. Jesus. Anyway. Yeah, the kids... Okay, thank you, Fun. That's what I'm saying. Like, kids in Canada are getting school off for it? What? Like, what? It's so weird. It's so weird. When is the U.S. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, no, that's a very fair point. That's a very fair point, Sable. No, 100%. It's fair. It's fair. Well, and really, when you look at like American, you know, royalty, we have the Kardashians are our, you know, royal family. So it's like, you know, we have our own shit. Yeah. Wild. Anyway, shall we read more about the Wolf Queen, huh? Book 8, verse 8, huh? Oh, yeah, no worries, Fun. Go do your thing. You're totally good. All right, here we go, team. The Wolf Queen, verse 8. The Wolf Queen, Book 8, by Juan Yarth. From the pen of Inzolicus, 2nd century sage. 3E 127. Following the Battle of Ichdog, that's what I've just decided, that's how I'm going to pronounce it from now on, the Emperor Uriel Septim III was captured, and before he was able to be brought to his uncle's castle in the Hammerfell kingdom of Ghislaine, he met his death at the hands of an angry mob. This uncle, Sepphoris, was thereafter proclaimed emperor and rode to the imperial city. The troops formerly loyal to Emperor Uriel and his mother, the Wolf Queen Potema, pledged themselves to the new emperor. In return for their support, the nobility of Skyrim, High Rock, Hammerfell, the Somerset Isle, Valenwood, Blackmarsh, and Morrowind demanded and received a new level of autonomy and independence from the Empire. The War of the Red Diamond was at an end. Potema continued to fight a losing battle. Her area of influence dwindling and dwindling until her only kingdom of solitude remained in her power. She summoned Daedra to fight for her, had her necromancers resurrect her fallen enemies as undead warriors, and mounted attack after attack on the forces of her brothers, the Emperor Sepphoris Septim I and King Magnus of Lilmoth. Her allies began leaving her as her madness grew, and her only companions were the zombies and skeletons she had amassed over the years. The Kingdom of Solitude became a land of death. Stories of the ancient Wolf Queen being waited on by rotting skeletal chambermaids and holding war plans with vampiric generals terrified her subjects. 3E 137. Magnus opened the small window in his room. For the first time in weeks, he heard the sounds of a city. Carts, squeaking, horses... Just put in commas where there are no commas. It's fine. Just throw in a comma. Here, have a comma. Have we gotten to Lusty Argonian 28, Tails Up for the Moon? Okay, so Fenaria did write an Argonian fan fiction in the Discord. Maybe we'll... It's a shame that Fenaria just left because of the headphone situation. But maybe we'll get to that. Maybe we'll get to that. Unless you have that, unless you have 28 Tails Up for the Moon. Let me know, Gimp. Alright, Magnus opened the small window in his room. For the first time in weeks, he heard the sounds of a city. Carts squeaking, horses clopping over the cobblestone, and somewhere a child laughing. He smiled as he returned to his bedside to wash his face and finish dressing. There was a distinctive knock at the door. God damn it! I really just. You know what I mean? I really just. Like, can you just? It's hard doing this with my monitor as my mirror because it's like everything is like opposite, right? Good enough over it. Okay. There was a distinctive knock on the door. "Come in, Pell," he said. Pelagius bounded into the room. It was obvious he had been up for hours. Magnus marveled at his energy and wondered how much longer battles would last if they were run by 12-year-old boys. "Did you see outside yet?" Pelagius asked. "All the townspeople have come back. There are shops, a mages guild. Down by the harbor, I saw 100 shops come in from all over the place." They don't have to be any afraid. We're doing good. 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 We're doing it live. They don't have to be afraid anymore. We've taken care of all the zombies and ghosts that used to be their neighbors, and they know it is safe to come back. "Is Uncle Sepphoris going to turn into a zombie when he dies?" asked Pelagius. "I wouldn't put that past him," laughed Magnus. "Why do you ask?" "I heard some people saying he was old and sick," said Pelagius. "He's not that old," said Magnus. "He's 60 years old. That's just 2 years older than I." "And how old is Aunt Potema?" said Pelagius. 70, said Magnus. "And yes, that is old." "Any more questions will have to wait. I have to go meet with the commander now, but we can talk at supper. You can make yourself busy and not get into any trouble." "Yes, sir," said Pelagius. He understood that his father had to continue to hold siege on Aunt Potema's castle. After they took it over and locked her up, they would move out of the inn and into the castle. Pelagius was not looking forward to that. The whole town had a funny, sweet, dead smell. But he could not get even as close to the castle moat without gagging from the stench. That's something they don't really talk about. Is the smell of war. But if you think like especially like in olden times, and I'm like in olden times, like Skyrim, like, do you know what I mean? Like the smell of just like dead bodies everywhere. Sensory nightmare. Sensory nightmare. Sensory nightmare. You know what else is a sensory nightmare? These fucking feathers. Oh wait, did that fix it? That might have fixed it. I might have just fixed it for myself a little bit. You guys. The more I notice it, the more fucked up it feels, even though you guys are probably like, it doesn't matter, it looks great. I'm probably like, yeah, it's fine. And it probably is, and I'm probably messing it up more now, but now I just can't unsee it. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Okay, anyway, the smell of death is what I'm trying to say. Only 8 more subs, still the fun fan fiction. I think so. I think so. Although, don't tell the others. I'll probably just do it without, because I can't believe we already got 22 subs. That's plenty. Let's see. Definitely going through a lot of Altoids during war. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yes. Anyway, they could dump 1,000,000 flowers on the place and it wouldn't make any difference at all. He walked through the city for hours, buying some food and then some ribbons for his sister and mother back in Lilmoth. He thought about who else he needed to buy gifts for and was stumped. All his cousins, the children of Uncle Sepphoris, Uncle Antiochus, and Aunt Potema, had died during the war. Some of them in battle, and some of them during the famines because so many crops had burned. Wow. Aunt Bianchi had died last year. There was only he, his mother, his sister, his father, and his uncle, the emperor, left. And Aunt Potema, but she didn't really count. When he came upon the Mages Guild earlier that morning, he decided to not go in. Those places always spooked him, with their strange smoke and crystals and old books. This time, it occurred to Pelagius that he might buy a gift for Uncle Sepphoris, a souvenir of Solitude's Mages Guild. An old woman was having trouble with the front door, so Pelagius opened it for her. "Thank you," she said. She was easily the oldest thing he had ever seen. Her face looked like an old rotted apple, framed with a wild whirl of bright white hair. He instinctively moved away from her gnarled talon when she started to pat him on the head. But there was a gem around her neck that immediately fascinated him. It was a single bright yellow jewel, but it almost looked like... But it almost looked there was something trapped within. We know who this is. When the light hit it from candles, it brought out the form of a 4-legged beast pacing. Only 8 more! September! Okay, but like with September, you guys. I was like, September, fuck it, we're making a sub goal of 100 arbitrarily. Why? I don't know. And we're already like halfway there, halfway through the month, which is fucking wild. Y'all are wild and beautiful, and also very horny for lizards. Thank you for the subs and the support, and for being horny for lizards. And that paragraph that says Aunt Patema died. Then it said, no, she's not dead. No, she's alive. It was saying, so they're the only ones that are left. So his mother, his sister, his father, his uncle, the emperor left, and Patema. So those are the only relatives that are still alive, is what it was saying. Right? Right? Oh, wait. Okay, hold on. No, I see what you're saying. Hold on. Okay, all his cousins, the children of Sepphoris, Uncle Antiochus, and Aunt Patema. So all of their children died, but not them. But I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Okay. There you go. The children part. It was the children part. Well, and they were on 2 different pages in your defense. So that makes sense. Makes sense. It's a soul gem, she said, infused with the spirit of a great demon werewolf. It was enchanted long, long ago with the power to charm people, but I've been thinking about giving it another spell. Perhaps something from the School of Alteration, like Lock or Shield. She paused and looked at the boy carefully with yellowed, rheumy eyes. You look familiar to me, boy. What is your name? Pelagius, he said. Pelagius! Sorry, that's my kid's voice. He said. He normally would have said Prince Pelagius, but he was told not to draw attention to himself while in town. I used to know someone named Pelagius, the old woman said, and slowly smiled. Are you here alone, Pelagius? My father is with the army, storming the castle, but he'll be back when the walls have been breached. Which I dare say won't take too much longer, sighed the old woman. Nothing, no matter how well built, tends to last. Are you buying something in the Mages Guild? I wanted to buy a gift for my uncle, said Pelagius, but I don't know if I have enough gold. The old woman left the boy to look over the wares while she went to the guild enchanter. He was a young Nord, ambitious and new to the Kingdom of Solitude. It took little persuasion and a lot of gold to convince him to remove the charm spell from the soul gem and imbue it with a powerful curse. A slow poison that would drain wisdom from its wearer year by year until he or she lost all reason. She also purchased a cheap ring of fire resistance. For your kindness to an old woman, I've bought you these, she said, giving the boy the necklace and the ring. What an evil lady. It's amazing. You can give the ring to your uncle and tell him it has been enchanted with a levitation spell. So if he ever needs to leap from high places, it will protect him. Oh my god. The soul gem is for you. Thank you, said the boy, but this is too kind of you. Kindness has nothing to do with it, she answered quite honestly. You see, I was in the Hall of Records at the Imperial Palace once or twice, and I read about you in the foretellings of the Elder Scrolls. You will be Emperor one day, my boy. The Emperor Pelagius Septim III. And with this soul gem to guide you, posterity will always remember you and your deeds. With those words, the old woman disappeared down an alley behind the Mages Guild. Pelagius looked after her, but he did not think to search behind the heap of stones. If he had, he would have found a tunnel under the city into the very heart of Castle Solitude. And if he had found his way there, he would have found, past the shambling undead and the moldering remains of the once grand palace, the bedroom of the queen. In that bedroom, he would find the Wolf Queen of Solitude in repose, listening to the sounds of her castle collapsing, and he would see a toothless grin growing on her face as she breathed her last. From the pen of Inzilicus, 2nd century sage, 3E 137. Patema Septim died after a month-long siege on her castle. While she lived, she had been the Wolf Queen of Solitude, daughter of the Emperor Pelagius II, wife of King Mentiarco, aunt of the Empress Kintyra II, mother of Emperor Uriel III, and sister of the Emperors Antiochus and Sepphoris. At her death, Magnus appointed his son, Pelagius, as the titular head of Solitude, under guidance from the Royal Council. 3E 140. The Emperor Sepphoris Septim died after falling from his horse. His brother was proclaimed the Emperor Magnus Septim. 3E141. Pelagius, King of Solitude, is recorded as occasionally eccentric in the imperial annals. He marries Catarish, Duchess of Vardenfell. 3E145. The Emperor Magnus Septim dies. His son, who will be known as Pelagius the Mad, is coronated. Wow! There it is, the Wolf Queen. And now we know. I feel like I know so much more about the lore of Skyrim than I did before, which is kind of like, I mean, that's obvious that would happen, but like, this was really cool. This was really neat. I don't know, I'm down to read more if you guys are, but it all depends on how everyone's feeling. I probably do need to read Fun's Lusty. I love that Fun wrote one. Where's my phone? Gone. Gone is my phone. I would have read it from my phone rather than opening up Discord. Hey, here's my phone. Nice, 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 nice. We did it, team. Man, what a queen, huh? What a legend. What a lady. What a time. I forgot that my meditation timer app was open. Okay. 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 Are we ready for Fun's Lusty Argon? It's like 2 seconds long. Okay, so I love that Fun wrote this. First of all, shout out Fun. If y'all don't know Fun, Fun has been streaming Skyrim again, and it's been a really good time. So you should go follow her. Okay, so this is Fun's Lusty Argonian fan fiction. Act 3, Scene 5, from the Lusty Argonian Maid, Volume 4. Cassius Cultus, or whatever his name is. Maiden, what are you doing? Lifts her tail. The mistress asked me to see the fires. Cassius Cultus. How convenient. Come to my chambers then, and stoke my fire. End scene. Guys, this was lovely. Should we read another? How are people feeling? Are people into it? We can read another. I have a couple other, like, ideas. And, or, depending if people have ones themselves. Yeah, no, Fun wrote that. Fun wrote that. That was, Fun wrote that. That was Fun's own design, that one. It was very Shakespearean. It was. Okay, I'm trying to think. For some reason, on this app, I can't figure out how to find my so on the app on my computer, I should say, I cannot find my bookmarks, but on the app on my phone, I can see my bookmarks, and I bookmarked a few other ones. But I'm down to read at least one more. At least one more, if you guys want to. I'm having fun. Let's see. I was gonna say, we can do one more. Okay. Let me look at my bookmarks. Okay, so one that I heard was good is called Paula. Chum, the pot of my mystery meat. What is that, T. Miller? One more? We've got Paula, which, okay, so there's, okay, you know what we maybe should do? Do you guys want to watch something with me? Okay, y'all should go follow Brian David Gilbert because he's great. Highly recommend. Go follow him. He's wonderful. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Also, if you stuck around, thank you. You're very sweet. If you didn't, understandable. Don't blame ya. Fully get it. Fully get it. Fully get it. So I put up a poll, and it looks like Paula is what people want to read. So we're gonna read Paula, I think, unless we get some like late minutes. I totally forgot that his number one is the, what is it even called? The Eslaf Errol series. So that's a thing. That's a thing we could do at some point. But it looks like Paula is the champion. Soul Sickness, thank you for your points. Everybody else who voted, thank you for your points. Let's just get back into it, shall we? Back into the Skyrim of it all. I love David Brian Gilbert. You should go check him out. He on Twitch. Oh my god. What the actual fuck? 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 Anonymous! Anonymous, who the fuck are you? Anonymous! Anonymous with the 10 gifted subs! Thank you so much! I thank you! You know what's funny? We already read yours, Fanaria. We read your fan fiction. You might have been gone. Holy shit, dude! This has been a wild night for subs, by the way. Y'all are fucking wild. Anonymous, I don't know if you were hoping for some more lusty Argonian maid stuff with that. If you were, I feel like I owe you. I don't know what to do. Holy shit, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Zol TTV and Dan's Labyrinth and Solaires and Stan Zoman 20 and Old Man Son and Kametkal and Beagle UK and Sen and Terrell got one and Purple Shirt. Anonymous, thank you. Do you want me to read the Lusty Argonian Maid again? Is that what we need? Is a second reading? I feel like maybe we have to. Anonymous, I feel like I owe you, but I can't necessarily out you and be like, show yourself. I can say that. You can say no. We're gonna do the first one more time, just in good faith, just in case you donated 10 subs specifically for that reason. We're gonna read the first one more time, just in case, just for good measure. Thank you so much. Holy shit, so many subs in one stream. Y'all are fucking wild. Thank you. Okay, all right, here we go. Book 1 or 2. I think we'll just do 1 again, because maybe someone else will be like, you know what? Here's 8 more subs. No, 7 more. 7 more subs. And then 7 more will get you book 2 again. Get sweaty, get floppy, get Friday. All right, here we go. I was gonna say, I know that Cactus and Ulfgar weren't here for this, and I imagine that people that were here for this, they're probably excited to hear it again, right? If you don't want to hear it again, now's your chance. Get out while you still can. I have no shame. I'm 2 hot toddies in with a 3rd ready to go. Lusty Argonian Maid Folio by Crassius Curio. Maybe I can try different voices this time. Really spice it up. The Lusty Argonian Maid. I don't know if I like that voice. Do you guys like that voice? Is that an erotic voice? Are you turned on? Folio edition by Crassius Curio. I've gotten search back and find mine. I gotta search back. Maybe we should read yours. Hold on, wait, let's start with Fun's. Hold on. Fun? No, we got you. Don't worry. We're just gonna do it right now. We're gonna do it now, Fun. Don't even worry about it. Don't you even worry about it. Don't search back. No. Fun, you bow for no one. Okay, hold on. You're not a hobbit. I just felt the need to say that. Okay. Again, by Fanaria. The Lusty Argonian Maid, Volume 4, Act 3. Scene 5. Cassius Cultus, or whatever his name is. Maiden, what are you doing? Lifts her tail. The mistress asked me to see to the fires. See. How convenient. Come to my chambers, then, and stoke my fire. Scene. So that's Fenaria's. Hi, how are you? You came in just in time for yet another dramatic reading of the lusty Argonian Maid. Are we prepared? Very nice blinking. Thank you. It's the fake lashes. Okay, team. Here we are. It's too slow. I missed clipping it. No, it's fine. I'll just read it again. I can't believe, again, I'm amazed by how horny you are for lizards, everyone. I shouldn't be. It's the internet. I shouldn't be surprised. But really, I'm surprised that you're like, here, have my money, read about horny lizards. Shall we? Are we prepared? It does sound like the voice of someone named Crassius. I think so. I think you look amazing. Is that you? Hi, it is me. Thank you. Thank you. I'm very proud of the makeup. I'm very proud of how it turned out. Again, the forehead thing was not meant to be like this, but I think it worked out just fine. I don't know why I'm like, let me tell you something. This was a fuck up, but I do think it's kind of cool to share because it's like, if you fuck up, just keep going and you'll figure it out, you know? That's what we did. Thank you. How are you? It's good to see you. It is me. It is I, the lusty Argonian maiden. My Crassius Curio, the lusty Argonian maid, folio edition, by Crassius Curio, to the Aurano family. When I showed up on your doorstep in Morrowind that day, I expected to be thrown back into the street and cast aside like some sort of vermin. Instead, you offered me into the warmth and safety of your home. For that, I will be eternally grateful. Please, accept this this rare folio edition of my work as a sign of appreciation for your kindness. Crassius Curio, Act 4, Scene 3, continued. Lifts her tail. Certainly not, kind sir. I am here but to clean your chambers. Crantius Colto. Is that all you've come here for, little one? My chambers? Lifts her tail. I have no idea what you imply, master. I am but a poor Argonian maid. Crantius Colto. So you are, my templing, and a good one at that. Such strong legs and a shapely tail. Lifts her tail. You embarrass me, sir. Crantius Colto. Fear not! You are safe here with me. Lifts her tail. I must finish my cleaning, sir. The mistress will have my head if I do not. Crantius Colto. Cleaning, eh? I have something for you. Here, polish my spear. Lifts her tail. But it is huge. It could take me all night. Crantius Colto. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. End scene. There it is. There it is. Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Once again, holy fuck, you guys. Spatty for the 10 gifted earlier. Followed by Tantev resubbed. Ulfgar gifted a sub. Gimp gifted 5 subs. Soul Cygnus gifted 5 subs. Anonymous 10 subs. Y'all are horny for lizards, and I love you for it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's very, very sweet. That said, how shall I ever fit the loaf into the oven? We'll get there. That's for the next 10 subs. 8. No, 7. The next 7 subs. If we get 7 more, if 7 more people feel like subbing, we'll read part 2 again. Please don't feel like you need to give me more subs unless you want to, but please don't. But please don't. But please don't. A+ voice acting. Thank you. I was like, I need to do a different voice this time to you know, keep it going, keep it fresh, you know? Different voices, different feel, different vibe. Make it worth your troubles. Okay, Paula. We're gonna read Paula now. Dude, Wolf Queen was really good. I actually really enjoyed that. I'm very impressed. I was worried, you guys, about reading some of these because I was like, is it gonna just be like impossible to read and not fun or entertaining? But I was very entertained by Wolf Queen. I thought it was a really good story. It was a very interesting story, no? Oh my god, the loaf in the oven, please. Yeah, no, Wolf Queen was great. It was great. The fact that it had like 8 parts was really cool. Like, yeah. So I don't know. All I know is from what Brian David Gilbert said. Oh, by the way, so follow him on Twitch. On Twitch, he does streams early in the morning where he's riding his bike while he's playing whatever game, and then his Twitch chat can like make him like ride his bike at like a more difficult setting or like whatever. So that's kind of fun to watch. And then follow him on YouTube because he's just such a fucking weirdo and I love him. Highly recommend. Okay, Paula. Are we prepared? Guys, I can't believe I didn't notice it till just now, but my cropping didn't work so well, and I'm ashamed. Ashamed of myself. Let me just, just like 4 hours into stream, just change that. Okay, here we go. Paula by Von Miersted. Paula, Volume 1. Paula, Book 1 by Von Miersted. Paula, Paul La. I remember when I first heard that name, not long ago at all. It was at Tails and Tallow's ball, at a very fine estate west of Mir Corrupt, which I and my fellow Mages Guild initiates had found ourselves unexpectedly invited. Truth be told, we needn't have been too surprised. There were very few other noble families in Mir Corrupt. The region had its days as a resort for the wealthy far back in the Second Era. And on reflection, it was only appropriate to have sorcerers and wizards present at a supernatural holiday. Not that we were anything more exotic than students at a small, non-exclusive charter house of the guild, but like I said, there was a paucity of other choices available. Halcyon? Halcyon. That sounds good to me. For close to a year, the only home I had known was the rather ramshackle, if sprawling, grounds of the Mir Corrupt Mages Guild. My only companions were my fellow initiates, most of which only tolerated me, and the masters whose bitterness at being at Backwater Guild prompted never-ending abuse. Immediately, the School of Illusion had attracted me. The magister who taught us recognized me as an apt pupil who loved not only the spells of the science, but their philosophical underpinnings. There was something about the idea of warping the imperceptible energies of light, sound, and mind that appealed to my nature. Not for me the flashy schools of destruction and alteration, the holy schools of restoration and conjuration, the practical schools of alchemy and enchantment, or the chaotic school of mysticism. No, I was never so pleased as to take an ordinary object and by a little magic make it seem something other than what it was. It would have taken more imagination than I had to apply that philosophy to my monotonous life. After the morning's lessons, we were assigned tasks before our evening classes. Mine had been to clean out the study of a recently deceased resident of the guild and categorize his clutter of spellbooks, charms, and incunabula. Gotta call it a night. Thanks for the fun stream, you filthy animals. Oh, Team Miller, thank you for being here. Hey guys, tomorrow at some point, Team Miller and I are gonna make Death Nights on stream. So you should come hang out. I'm not sure what time. It all depends on what time I wake up. Boo-ba-da-boo. I'm thinking midday-ish. Probably around noon Eastern Standard Time, if not a little later. I love you, Team Miller. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making all the clips. You're very sweet and very wonderful, and I love you. Okay, moving on. What are we doing? Reading things, stuff. Oh shit, what server? I think Mankirk. Because all of the Booty Bay boys are there, and Red Sonja and Haley have a guild on Mankirk, so I think that's the plan. But where are you guys, Ulfgar? Because we could always change it. We do have multi-lifers already on Bloodsail. If you guys have your Death Knights on Bloodsail, we could play I have a paladin, she has a warlock that we could play with y'all. But I mean, we can be convinced. I think the plan is Mankirk, but I'm just saying we can be persuaded to go elsewhere depending. Yeah, I think Mankirk's the plan. Okay, let's see. It would have taken more imagination than I had to apply the philosophy to my monotonous life. After the morning's lessons, we were assigned tasks before our evening classes. Mine had been to clean out the study of a recently deceased resident of the guild and categorize his clutter of spellbooks, charms, and incunabula. Love it. You're on Bloodsail. Okay. And on Ally on Atish. Okay, so we do have two Horde characters on Bloodsail that can play with you. Not our Death Knights, but Bloodsail, Warlock, and Paladin. She's like 40 and I'm 38, I want to say, so it might take us a minute to like catch up to y'all, but those are multi-lifers, so we can just like, you can just boost us, Ulfgar. you and Cactus wanna boost me and T Miller? What are incunabula? You know what? Let's fucking Google it, because I don't know. This is a great question, you. Great question. Could not tell you. Let me look. Incunabula. An early printed book, especially one printed before 1501. So a very old book. An incunabula. Very old books. Now we know. I wouldn't have known had you not asked, so thank you. Actually, I feel like they would have told me, huh? Add note, copy, define. An early printed book, especially one printed before 1501. Okay, so I can just do that from now on rather than Googling it myself. Cool, right? Ebooks, man. Okay. It was a lonely and tedious appointment. Magister Tendixus was an inveterate collector of worthless junk, but I was reprimanded any time I threw something away of the least possible value. Gradually, I learned enough to deliver each of his belongings to the appropriate department. Potions of healing to the Magisters of Restoration, books on physical phenomena to the to the Magisters of Alteration, herbs and minerals to the alchemists, and soul gems and bound items to the enchanters. After one delivery to the enchanters, I was leaving with my customary lack of appreciation when Magister Ilther called me back. Boy, said the portly old man, handing me back one item. Destroy this! It was a small black disc covered with runes, with a ring of red-orange gems like bones circling its periphery. I'm sorry, Magister, I stammered. I thought it was something you'd be interested in. Take it to the Great Flame and destroy it, he barked, turning his back on me. You never brought it here. Okay. My interest was piqued because I knew the only thing that would make him react in such a way. Necromancy. I went back to Magister Tendixus' chamber and pored through his notes, looking for any reference to the disc. Unfortunately, most of the notes had been written in a strange code and I was powerless to decipher. I was so fascinated by the mystery that I nearly arrived late for my evening class in enchantment, taught by Magister Ilther himself. For the next several weeks, I divided my time categorizing the general debris and making my deliveries and researching the disc. I came to understand that my instinct was correct. The disc was a genuine necromantic artifact. But oh gosh. Flip mode, hi! How are you? How was your stream? Okay, it's Friday night, so my guess is that you were doing Noobcore. And if so, how did it go? It's good to see you. Guys, if you don't know Flip Mode, he plays a lot of hardcore, he plays Noobcore. If you're a WoW fan, you should definitely go follow him. Go hang out. Go do it. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you for the raid. Flip Mode and friends, I'm Abbers. I play video games sometimes. One of those video games is Skyrim on occasion. And for a community points goal, everyone donated their points to have me do a Skyrim book reading stream. So that is what you've rated into. We are reading some of the books from Skyrim. So earlier tonight, we have read The Lusty Argonian Maid, we read The Wolf Queen, and we are now reading Pala. So get sloppy, get sloppy, get sweaty, get floppy, get Friday, aka get sloppy. Noobcore's on a break. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, well, thank you. What were you up to? How was your stream? I hope it went well. Yeah, we're in the middle of reading Paula right now. Necromancy. TLDR, necromancy is happening. It's gonna happen. Also, I'm drinking hot toddies. Okay, let's see. Let me go back a page because I'm not exactly sure where I left off. Okay. Unfortunately, most of the notes had been written in a strange code that I was powerless to decipher. I was so fascinated by the mystery that I nearly arrived late for my evening class in enchantment, taught by Magister Ilther himself. For the next several weeks, I divided my time categorizing the general debris and making my deliveries and researching the disc. I came to understand that my instinct was correct. The disc was a genuine necromantic artifact. Though I couldn't understand most of the Magister's notes, I determined that he thought it to be a great... Oh my god, reading. I determined that he thought it to be a mean of... Why do I keep wanting to say great? A means of resurrecting a loved one from the grave. Ooh, sing, baby, sing! Ute, do you want me to sing to you and to chat about things in chat? Or Ute, do you want me to sing about Skyrim and what we're reading? My cat is standing on my keyboard. Now she's mad at me for picking her up. You can't stand on my keyboard, Bonnie. It's not nice. It's not nice to stand on my keyboard. She hated that. She hated it. And you know what, baby? I would have hated it too. I'm really sorry. You just can't stand on my keyboard, okay? Okay, I love you. Read on, I'll finish my drink. Okay, yeah, finish your drink. We had a great stream. Thank you for the raid. Oh, Bonnie interrupted my jazz solo for Ute. Ute, do you like my song? Ute, does that count? Was that good? Did you like it? That was nice? That was good? Okay, good. Bonnie will remember that. Bonnie was pissed, dude. Bonnie was not okay with it. Bonnie was like, no. But also, I don't like it. I don't like it when she stands on my keyboard. So, we're both upset. Bonnie will remember. Bonnie will not forget. Okay, let's see. Sadly, the time came when the chamber had been categorized and cleared, and I was given another assignment, assisting in the stables of the guild's menagerie. At least I was finally working with some of my fellow initiates, and had the opportunity of meeting the common folk and nobles who came to the guild on various errands. Thus, I was employed when we were all invited to the Tails and Talos ball. Bleh. Brr. Bleh. Bleh. I thought you would ask what I wanted you to sing. Then I have you to sing Surf and Bird, but I'm very happy with what you delivered. Thank you! Yeah, so the Sing BB Sing is generally just me making shit up and like narrate. So like if I'm playing a video game, it's usually just me like narrating what I'm doing in the game, just sing-song voice. But we'll have to do another karaoke stream at some point. We'll have to make that happen because that was a lot of fun. Well, good. I'm glad you're happy with what I delivered. All right, invited to the Tails and Talos ball. If the expected glamour of the evening were not enough, our hostess was reputed to be young, rich, unmarried orphan from Hammerfell. Only a month or two before had she moved to our desolate wooded corner of the Imperial Province to reclaim an old family manor house and grounds. The initiates at the guild gossiped like old women about the mysterious young lady's past, what had happened to her parents, why she had left or been driven from her homeland. Her name was Betaniki, and that was all we knew. We wore our robes of initiation with pride as we arrived for the ball. At the enormous marble foyer, a servant announced each of our names as if we were royalty, and we strutted into the midst of the revelers with great puffery. Of course, we were then promptly ignored by one and all. In essence, we were unimportant figures to lend some thickness to the ball background characters. The important people pushed through us with perfect politeness. There was old lady Scoudira discussing diplomatic appointments to Balmora with the Duke of Rimfarlin. An orc warlord entertained a giggling princess with tales of rape and pillage. I just like really zoned in on I was like, giggling, rape, what? Rape and pillage, sure, cool, I guess. Three of the guild magisters worried with the three painfully thin noble spinsters about the haunting of Daggerfall. Intrigues in the imperial and various royal courts were analyzed, gently mocked, fretted over, toasted, dismissed, evaluated, mitigated, admonished, subverted. Scoudera? Scoudera. There it is. Scout era. No one looked our way, even when we were right next to them. It was as if my skill at illusion had somehow rendered us all invisible. I took my flagon out to the terrace. The moons were doubled, equally luminous in the sky, and the enormous reflecting pool that stretched out into the garden. The white marble statuary lining the sides of the pool caught the fiery glow and seemed to burn like torches in the night. The sight was so otherworldly that I was mesmerized by it, and the strange red-garbed figures immortalized in stone. Our hostess had made her home there so recently that some of the sculptures were still wrapped in sheets that billowed and swayed in the gentle breeze. I don't know how long I stared before I realized I wasn't alone. She was so small and so dark, not only in her skin but in her clothing, that I nearly took her for a shadow. When she turned to me, I saw that she was very beautiful and young, not more than 17. "Are you our hostess?" I finally asked. "Yes," she smiled, blushing, "but I'm ashamed to admit I'm very bad at it. I should inside with my new neighbors, but I think we have very little in common." "It's been made abundantly clear that they hope I have nothing in common with them either," I laughed. "When I'm a little higher than an initiate in the Mages Guild, they might see me as more of an equal." "I don't understand the concept of equality in Cyrodiil yet," she frowned. "In my culture, you proved your worth, not just expected it. My parents both were great warriors, as I hope to be." Her eyes went out to the lawn, to the statues. "Do the sculptures represent your parents?" "That's my father, Perium, Perium there," she said, gesturing to a life-size representation of a massively built man, unashamedly naked, gripping another warrior by the throat and preparing to decapitate him with an outstretched blade. What a statue! Let's read that again and really comprehend this statue of this girl's dad. Just really like visualize it here. A massively built man, unashamedly naked, gripping another warrior by the throat and preparing to decapitate him with an outstretched blade. That is one hell of a statue. How awkward is that? Just like a statue of your naked father about to murder someone. Choices were made. Choices were made. Yeah, no, that's just my dad. That's just my dad. That's my dad. That's my dad. It was clearly a realistic depiction. Perium's face was plain, even slightly ugly, with a low forehead, a mass of tangled hair, stubble on his cheeks, even a slight gap in his teeth, which no sculptor would surely have invented, except to do justice to this model's true idiosyncrasies. Okay, anyway. "And your mother?" I asked, pointing to a nearby statue of a proud, rather squat warrior woman in a mantilla and scarf, holding a child. "Oh no," she laughed. "That was my uncle's old nurse. Mother's statue still has a sheet over it." I don't know what prompted me to insist that we unveil the statue that she pointed to. In all likelihood, it was nothing but fate and a selfish desire to continue that conversation. I was afraid that if I did not give her a project, she would feel the need to return to the party, and I would be alone again. At first, she was reluctant. She had not yet made up her mind whether the statues would suffer in the wet, sometimes cold, Cyrodiilic climate. Perhaps all should be covered, she reasoned. It may be that she was merely making conversation, and was reluctant as I was, to end the standoff and be that much closer to having to return to the party. In a few minutes' time, we tore the tarp from the statue of Betaniki's mother. That is when my life changed forevermore. She was an untamed spirit of nature, screaming in a struggle with a misshapen, monstrous figure in black marble. Her gorgeous, long fingers were raking across the creature's face. The monster's talons gripped her right breast in a sort of caress that prefaces a mortal wound. Its legs and hers wound around one another in a battle that was a dance. I felt annihilated. This Lith? But for middle life? Lit? What is this word? Here we go. Tell me about it. Life. Help me. Thin, supple, graceful. Okay. but formidable woman was beautiful beyond all superficial standards. Whoever had sculpted it had somehow captured not only a face and figure of a goddess, but her power and will. She was both tragic and triumphant. I fell instantly and fatally in love with her. Wow. I had not even noticed when Gellin, one of my fellow initiates who was leaving the party, came up behind us. Apparently, I had whispered the word magnificent, because I heard Nikki reply as if miles away, "Yes, it is magnificent. That's why I was afraid of exposing it to the elements." Then I heard, clearly like a stone breaking water, Gellin, "Mara, preserve me! That must be Paula!" "Ah, then you've heard of my mother?" asked Nikki, turning his way. "I hail from Wayrest, practically on the border to Hammerfell. I don't think there's anyone who hasn't heard of your mother and her great heroism, ridding the land of that abominable beast. She died in that struggle, didn't she?" "Yes," said the girl sadly, "but so too did the creature." For a moment, we were all silent. I don't remember anything more of that night. Somehow, I knew I was invited to dine the next evening, but my mind and heart had been entirely and forever more arrested by the statue. I returned back to the guild, but my dreams were fevered and brought me no rest. Everything seemed diffused by white light, except for one beautiful, fearsome woman, Paula. Wow. Lithe? Thank you, Ulfgar. Wow. So, he fell in love with a statue. Of a woman getting murdered by a beast thing. What are our thoughts, team? How do we feel about it? I knew it was about necromancy. I didn't exactly know. I didn't know exactly what we were getting. So even more awkward. I thought he and Betniki were gonna have a little romance. So we don't kink shame here. We sure don't. Is that a kink or is that more of a like? I mean, I don't even know. Yep, that's my naked dad, and I see you fall in love with my dead mother. Oh, it's gonna get more awkward. Are we prepared? Paula, Volume 2. Paula, Book 2, by Von Miersted. Paula. The name burned in my heart. I found myself whispering it in my studies, even when I tried to concentrate on something the Magister was saying. My lips would silently purse to the voice Paul, and tongue lightly flick to form La, as if I were kissing her spirit before me. Wow. It was madness in every way, except that I knew it was madness. I knew I was in love. I knew she was a noble Redguard woman, a fierce warrior more beautiful than the stars. I knew her young daughter, Betniki, had taken possession of a manor house near the guild, and that she liked me, perhaps was even infatuated. I knew Paula had fought a terrible beast and killed it. I knew Paula was dead. As I say, I knew it was madness, and by that, I knew I could not be mad. But I also knew that I must return to Betniki's palace to see her statue of my beloved Paula engaged in that final, horrible, fatal battle with the monster. Well, that's hot. Yeah, I wonder how this will go. They introduce necromancy, and then he falls in love with the statue of a dead woman. So you can make your own conclusions. Based on the type of statues they have in that household, unsurprising. Yo, these statues, though, are pretty intense, right? Who did they hire to make said statues, is my question. And how did the person go about making these statues? You know what I mean? Nice. Okay. As I say, it was madness, something, horrible fate, blah, blah, blah. Return I did, over and over again. Had Betniki been a different sort of noblewoman, more comfortable with her peers, I would not have had so many opportunities. In her innocence, unaware of my sick obsession, she welcomed my company. We would talk for hours, laughing, and every time we would take a walk to the reflecting pond where I would always stop breathless before the sculpture of her mother. It's a marvelous tradition you have, preserving these figures of your ancestors at their finest moments, I said, feeling her curious eyes on me. And the craftsmanship is without parallel. You wouldn't believe me, laughed the girl, but it was a bit of a scandal when my great-grandfather began the custom. We Redguards hold a great reverence for our families, but we are warriors, not artists. He hired a traveling artist to create the first statues, and everyone admired them until it was revealed that the artist was an elf, an Altmer from the Somerset Isle. Scandal! It was, absolutely, Betaniki nodded seriously. The idea that a pompous, wicked elf's hands had formed these figures of a noble Redguard warrior was unthinkable, profane, irreverent, everything bad you could imagine. Scandal! Everything bad you could imagine. But my great-grandfather's heart was in the beauty of it, and his philosophy of using the best to honor the best passed down to all of us. I would not have even considered having a lesser artist create the statues of my parents, even if it would have been more allegiant to my culture. They're all exquisite, I said. But you like the one of my mother most of all, she smiled. I see you look at it even when you seem to be looking at the others. It's my favorite also. Would you tell me more about her? I asked, trying to keep my voice light and conversational. Oh, she would have said she was nothing extraordinary, but she was, the girl said, picking a flower from the garden. My father died when I was quite young, and she had so many roles to fill, but she did them all effortlessly. We had a great many business interests, and she was brilliant at managing everything. Certainly better than I am now. All it took was her smile, and everyone obeyed, and those that didn't pay dearly. She was very witty and charming, but a formidable force when the need arose for her to fight. Hundreds of battles, but I can never remember a moment of feeling neglected or unloved. I literally thought she was too strong for death. Stupid, I know. But when she went to battle, that horrible creature, that freak from the Mad Wizard's laboratory, I never thought she would not return. She was kind to her friends and ruthless to her enemies. What more can one say about a woman than that? Poor Betaniki's eyes teared up with remembrance. What sort of villain was I to goad her so, in order to satisfy my perverted longings? Sheogorath could never have conflicted a mortal man more than me. I found myself both weeping and filled with desire. Pala, not only looking like a goddess, but from her daughter's story, she was one. Not awkward at all! Totally normal. Totally normal. Totally normal. That night, while undressing for bed, I rediscovered the black disc I had stolen from the Magister Tendix's office weeks before. I had half forgotten about its existence, that mysterious necromantic artifact which the mage believed could resurrect a dead love. Almost by pure instinct, I found myself placing the disc on my heart and whispering Pala. A momentary chill filled my chamber. My breath hung in the air in a mist before dissipating. Frightened, I dropped the disc. It took a moment before my reason returned, and with it the inescapable conclusion: the artifact could fulfill my desire. Until the early morning hours, I tried to raise my mistress from the chains of oblivion, but it was no use. I was no necromancer. I entertained thoughts of how to ask one of the magisters to help me, but I remembered how Magister Ilthar had bid me to destroy it. They would expel me from the guild if I went to them and destroy the disc themselves. And with it, my only key to bringing my love to me. I was in my usual semi-torpid condition the next day in classes. Magister Ilthar himself was lecturing on his specialty, the School of Enchantment. He was a dull speaker with a monotone voice, but suddenly I felt as if every shadow had left the room and I was in a palace of light. When most persons think of my particular science, they think of the process of invention, the infusing of charms and the spells into objects, the creation of a magical blade, perhaps, or a ring. But the skilled enchanter is also a catalyst. The same mind that can create something new can also provoke greater power from something old. A ring that can generate warmth for a novice on the hand of such a talent can bake a forest black. The fat man chuckled. Not that I'm advocating for that. Leave that for the School of Destruction. Am I right? Ladies, That week, all the initiates were asked to choose a field of specialization. All were surprised when I turned my back on my old darling, the School of Illusion. It seemed ridiculous to me that I had ever entertained an affection for such superficial charms. All my intellect was now focused on the School of Enchantment, the means by which I could free the power of the disc. For months thereafter, I barely slept. A few hours a week I'd spend with Betaniki and my statue to give myself strength and inspiration. All the rest of my time was spent with Magister Ilther on his assistants, learning everything that I could about enchantment. They taught me how to taste the deepest levels of magicka within a stored object. A simple spell cast once, no matter how skillfully, no matter how spectacularly, is ephemeral, of the present, what it is and no more, sighed Magister Ilther. But placed in a home, it develops into an almost living energy, maturing and ripening so only its surface is touched when an unskilled hand wields it. You must consider yourself a miner, digging deeper to pull forth the very heart of gold. Every night when the laboratory closed, I practiced what I had learned. I could feel my power grow, and with it, the power of the disc. Whispering Pala, I delved into the artifact, feeling every slight nick that marked the runes and every facet of the gemstones. At times, I was so close to her. I felt hands touching mine. But something dark and bestial, the reality of death, I suppose, would always break across the dawning of my dream. With it came an overwhelming rotting odor, which initiates in the chambers next to mine, began to complain about. Something must have crawled into the floorboards and died, I offered lamely. Magister Ilther praised my scholarship and allowed me to use the use of his laboratory after hours to further my studies. Yet no matter what I learned, Pala seemed scarcely closer. One night, it all ended. I was swaying in a deep ecstasy, moaning her name. The disc bruising my chest, when a sudden lightning flash through the window broke my concentration. A tempest of furious rain roared over Mir Karuk. I went to close the shutters, and when I returned to my table, I found that the disc had shattered. I broke into hysterical sobs and then laughter. It was too much for my fragile mind to bear such a loss after so much time and study. The next day and the day after, I spent in my bed burning with a fever. Had I not been a mage's guild with so many healers, I likely would have died. As it was, I provided an excellent study for the budding young scholars. When at last I was well enough to walk, I went to visit Betaniki. She was charming as always, never once commenting on my appearance, which must have been ghastly. Finally, I gave her reason to worry when I politely but firmly declined to walk with her along the reflecting pool. Heading to bed, have a great night. Gimp, thank you for being here. Thank you for the gifted subs. It was really good to see you. I hope you sleep well. I hope you sleep well and dream of lusty Argonian maidens. Bye, Gimp. Let's see. Sunny, hi. Guild relationships are super important. Indeed. That's what we're learning here, Sunny. That's the moral of this story, clearly. How are you? Welcome. We're reading Pala from Skyrim. From Skyrim. Let's see. Where are we at? Guild relationships, though. 100%. When I was well enough to walk, I went to visit Betaniki. She was charming as always, never once commenting on my appearance, which must have been ghastly. Finally, I gave her reason to worry when I politely but firmly declined to walk with her along the reflecting pool. My side wings, are they good? Astonishing in a good way or in a terrible way? Are they bad? Are they good? I don't know. You know what my mom says? My mom can't wink. My mom is not a winker. But all four of her children can wink. And my mom says people that wink make it part of their personality, which I think is maybe true. But now having heard her say that, now I just feel the need to do it all the time, in a good way. But they're not great. They're amazing. Yeah, that sounds about right. Thanks, you. Let's see. Especially when they have plenty of healers. That's true. That's true. It's true. But you love looking at the statuary, she exclaimed. I felt that I owed her the truth and much more. Dear lady, I love more than the statuary. I love your mother. She's all I've been able to think about for months now, ever since you and I first removed the tarp from that blessed sculpture. I don't know what you think of me now, but I have been obsessed with learning how to bring her back from the dead. Yo, did Homeboy really say that, though? Did he really? Did he really? Did he really? Did he really? Yo, he really did tell her. He really said that. He didn't just like think of saying that to her. He really said that. Vetaniki stared at me, eyes wide. Finally, she spoke. I think you need to leave now. Yeah, no shit. I think you need to leave now. I don't know if this is a terrible jest. Believe me, I wish it were. You see, I failed. I don't know why. It could not have been that my love wasn't strong enough, because no man had a stronger love. Okay. Let's just, like, hold on a minute. Okay, so, this is where I get confused. Like, this, not earlier. Now is when I get confused. We talk about this love word a lot, right? And in some ways, I think people use it so cavalierly, with zero reverence, and in other ways, I think people take it way too seriously. Spoken as a single person. But in this particular instance, the fuck do you mean love? What do you mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? When you fall in love with a statue, what does love mean at that point? Somebody help me. Because I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. What does that mean? What do you mean you're in love with the statue? What does that mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? It could not have been that my love wasn't strong enough? What the fuck do you mean? What does that mean? Like, what is love at that point? I'm sorry if I'm like, but like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm having a moment. Neurodivergent me cannot understand the way that people use the word love in so many different contexts, in so many different ways. It doesn't make sense to me. And this is one of those moments where I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? Tell me with different words. Don't just use the word love. What do you actually mean? What do you actually mean? It has great marbling. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fair. Obsession and lust, in my opinion. Yeah. Like a fixation for sure. She's made of stone. She is a statue. Yeah. Well, that's okay. So like, okay, she's a statue that represents a person that he didn't know, that he knows through a secondhand account. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, what is this? Would you know what I mean? If magic exists in this universe, he thought if love was strong enough, it would turn the statue into a person of flesh. Right, no, I understand that, but like, what does love mean at that point? What does love mean in general, but specifically with that, like, when we say love, when we say that he loved the statue so much, like, what does that mean? What do you mean love? Explain it to me like I'm 5. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm with you, I get that, but like, what do you mean love? I don't understand. He needs a psychiatrist, probably. An alchemist, a mind alchemist. You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means. There it is. Cactus gets it. Cactus knows. Lust, obsession, yeah. Or my other thought is that this being a magical situation, maybe the statue like has in some way like entranced him, right? And so like there's like a love potion kind of like element to like falling in love with the statue, which like, okay, fine, fair, whatever. But this bothers me. This idea. Can you tell it bothers me? It bothers me. It bothers me, this idea of like I love said thing, said person, that I know nothing about. I know this much about. I've seen what they look like in statue form. I've heard stories of how cool they are. Like, what does love even mean at that point? And I don't even know if there's an answer to that question, but it's something that, like, bothers me deeply. And it happens in, like, in various pieces of fiction, and it's kind of this, like, I don't know, this, like, cultural norm that, like, love is this thing that can just, like, instantaneously happen. And to me, like, love is an active noun, like kind of like the word struggle, where, like, there has to be something actively happening in order for it to exist. And so, like, that's where, like it's this seems like such a passive relationship with the statue that, like, I don't understand. Do you get what I'm saying? Am I being ridiculous? Based entirely on physical attraction. It has to be, right? Physical attraction and vibe, I guess. He, like, really likes her vibe. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna drink more and read more. Okay. Alright, so, anyway. It could not have been that my love wasn't strong enough, because no man had a stronger love. That's where I was like, I take umbrage with that. And also, I bet Nikki too, because she's like, what about my father, bruh? Right? Anyway. Perhaps my skills as an enchanter are not masterful, but it wasn't from a lack of study. I could feel my voice rise, and I knew I was beginning to rant, but I could not hold back. Perhaps the fault lay in that your mother never met me. But yeah, perhaps. But I think that only the caster's love is taken into account when the necromantic spell. I don't know what it was. Maybe that horrible creature, the monster that killed her, cast some sort of curse on her with its dying breath. I failed, and I don't know why. With a surprising burst of speed and strength for so small a lady, Betniki shoved herself against me. She screamed, "Get out!" and I fled out the door. Before she slammed the door shut, I offered my pathetic apologies. I'm so sorry, Betniki. But consider that I wanted to bring your mother back to you. It's madness, I know, but there is only one thing that's certain in my life, and that is that I love Pala. Like, what? Like, bruh, what? Yeah, completely one-sided. That's the other thing, too. I think, to me, like, love implies that there's some sort of relationship there, right? And there's not. You know? Good for you, Betniki. Get him. Get him out of there. Get him out of there. Before she slammed the door shut, I offered my pathetic apologies. Oh, wait. Oh, we already read that. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. I love Pala, blah, blah. Well, I love Pala, blah, blah. The door was nearly shut, but the girl opened it crack to ask tremulously, "You love whom?" "Pala," I cried to the gods. "My mother," she whispered angrily, "was named Zarlis. Pala was the monster." I'm shook. I'm shook. Are you shook? I'm shook. I am shook. I am shook. What a twist! I am shook. I am shook. I am shook. Homeboy didn't even know that he was trying to bring back the fucking monster. Shook. I'm shook. Zarlis is her name. Zarlis. I'm shook. I'm shook. Oh my god. I stared at the closed door for Mara knows how much time, and then began the long walk back to the Mages Guild. My memories searched through the minutiae to the Tales and Talos night so long ago when I first beheld the statue and first heard the name of my love. That Breton initiate, Gellin, had spoke. He was behind me. Was he recognizing the beast and not the lady? I turned the lonely bend that intersected with the outskirts of Mir Karuk, and a large shadow rose from the ground where it had been sitting, waiting for me. Pala! I groaned. Pala! Kiss me! It howled! And that brings my story up to the present moment. Love is red like blood. Stop it. I cannot with that story. Are you fucking serious? Hello? 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 Hello, Skyrim? Yo, top tier story. Yo, S tier story. I was not prepared either. I was not prepared. Yo, we've read 2 really good ones tonight. Like, really good ones. Okay, TLDR. Homeboy is in mage college. He was very interested in some sort of illusion. He wanted to study illusion, and then he hit, like, for, like, I don't know, he was, as many students are given these, like, kind of mundane tasks, one of his mundane tasks was to go through and, like, clean out some of the old mage's stuff, basically, and, like, organize it and categorize it. And one of the things that he found was this, like, disc that was, like, used for necromancy, essentially. And the person that was, like, in charge at the mage college was like, go destroy this, get rid of it. And he was like, nah, fam, I'm not gonna. And then they, like, the initiates at the mage college, they went to a fancy party. It happened to be at this girl's house. Her name is Beniki. She had just moved there. Both of her parents were dead. And the tradition in her family was that they made statues of the different people that died. And so he met her walking around in the garden looking at the statues. And so the statue of her mother was the mom, like, being like in battle essentially with a monster named Pala. But at the time he thought that the name was that the mother's name was Pala. And so he had been using that disc for like months to try to bring back the mother, but actually ended up bringing back the monster. Yo, that was a good story. That was a good one. That was a good one, you guys. Yo, I can't believe it. I did not see it coming. I did not see it coming. I did not see it coming. That was good. I liked that one. That one was good. That was really good. I mean, and then Wolf Queen was good too. Wolf Queen was good too. Okay, we have one more I have decided that we're gonna do because it requires chat participation. It is a choose your own adventure thingamabobber. I think this is what it's called. This is what we're gonna end on. We're gonna end on Kolb and the Dragon. And the reason we're gonna end on Kolb and the Dragon is because it's choose your own adventure. And so you all, dear chat, you're gonna make the decisions for me as far as where we go in this little novel, okay? And that's where we'll end today. And then there's obviously there are plenty of books in Skyrim that we can read at some point. So if you all like this and you want to do it again, I have had so much fun. I'm super down to do this again sometime. So we can absolutely do a like Skyrim book reading stream part 2 if you're into it. Let's see, I've picked up that book so many times I never knew either. I had no idea. So this is reading the books from the game or things outside of the game. This is all from the game. These are all books that you can actually find in the game. Yeah, so everything I've read tonight is in-game books, which is kind of, well, with the exception of Fenaria's Lusty Argonian Maid fan fiction. But otherwise, everything that I've read is from Skyrim the game. So when you pick up a book in the game, that's what I've been reading, which is fucking wild, right? It's really cool. Yeah, have you ever played Skyrim? It's a good time. It's a good time. Fun fiction, as we like to call it. Okay. Volume 2 is how much? 7 gifted subs at this point. Yeah, 7 gifted subs if you're really feeling it. If you're really feeling it. but don't feel pressured. We don't have to. We already did it once. We don't have to do it again. If you want to do it again, we can do it again. But don't feel pressured. No peer pressure here. Unless I knew it. Oh, you know what's great? You did that right when my little brother showed up too. Hi, Star Knuckle. I remember the BDGN rail. Yo, we literally just watched it, Ben. Don't read them. Don't read these books. How dare you jettison my gift? It's true. I know, we just watched it. In my defense, one of the ones that we read was in his top 5 fanfiction, or in his top 5 fictions. I think the Wolf Queen didn't count as a fiction because it's actually like a historical account. I know, yeah, I jettisoned his gift, Star Knuckle. Also, if you guys don't know Star Knuckle, you should check him out. Also, Ute! Thank you for the 7 gifted subs. Y'all are fucking wild. This has been a wild night of subs. 40 subs total, I think, tonight? 40 subs total tonight. Y'all are fucking wild. And also, very horny for lizards. So here we go. You had gifted us up. Star Knuckle got one. That's great. Deja Blue, Captain Parallel, Del Bunk 813, Nonchalant Nico, Star Knuckle, Sanctus, King Old School. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Y'all are ridiculous. Thank you for the gifted subs. All right. Here we go. Lusty Argonian Maiden Part 2. We all like some spicy stuff. It's it's a Friday night. Everyone loves a little spicy Lusty Argonian Maiden time, huh? All right, so we read part 1. We will now read part 2. Technically the second time I'm reading through these, but we'll do it with my new voices. Okay, wait, hold on. Where does this one start? All right, you prepared? Is everyone prepared? Seriously though, you should go follow Star Knuckle. He's great. And go check him out on YouTube. His edited stuff is so good and his streams are so good. Just go check him out. Star Knuckle, I apologize in advance. Here we go. Act 7, Scene 2, continued. Lifts her tail. My goodness, that's quite a loaf, but however will it fit in my oven? Crantius Colto. That loaf isn't ready for baking, my sweet. It has yet to rise. Lifts her tail. If only we could hurry that along. How would I accomplish such a task? Crantius Colto. Oh, my foolish little Argonian maid, you must use your hands. Lifts her tail. You wish me to knead the loaf? Here? Crantius Colto. Of course! Lifts her tail. But what if the mistress catches me? Your loaf was meant to satisfy her appetite. Crantius Colto. Don't fret, my delicate flower. I'll satisfy the mistress's cravings later. Lifts her tail. Very well, but I'm afraid my oven isn't hot enough. It could take hours. Crantius Colto. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. And scene. That's what 10 subs get you. Oh! Sunny asked for a ASMR moment, and I didn't do it in time. I didn't see it in time for the reading. I'm sorry, Sunny. We'll just have to do an ASMR outside of that. It's amazing. It's amazing. We all like some spicy stuff. Lifts her tail seems like a Skyrim equivalent of Tips Fedora. I mean, that's her name, but honestly, yes. Honestly, yes. All right, Sunny. Sunny, a little ASMR for you. This is the second ASMR of the night. I'm amazed. I'm amazed by the ASMR Andes out here. There you are. Two. Right, Spatty? Spatty, you know, sus as hell. I don't believe him. I don't believe him at all. I don't believe him one bit. All right, Sunny. Hold on. You know what's funny? My meditation timer's like, good for you. You meditated today. I didn't. That's a lie. I should have. But instead, I just use this timer for ASMR moments. Okay, here we go. 5 minutes. 5 minutes of ASMR for Sunny. Welcome to I don't know how to do ASMR, but I'm gonna try my best. It seemed like this was a crowd pleaser earlier. Just little visual ASMR. Let me just brush the camera. Just a little brush. Just a little brush here. Little brush on the face. Everyone seemed to love Sunny. This was a crowd pleaser. Everyone really seemed to love when I brushed the microphone. How do you feel about it? How do you feel? Do you like the feel of me brushing the microphone? How does it? Is it wispy? Do we like it? Here's a question. For ASMR, is it better if I whisper or if I speak in my very soft voice? How do we feel? Because I never know with ASMR if I should whisper or if I should use my very soft voice. This is a cardboard box of cone papers that you can roll joints with. Let me just give it a... You like the whisper? Okay. Whisper it is. I'm just gonna whisper and make weird noises with this box. What if we give it the old... What if we scratch it? How's it? How's that? Is that good ASMR? Maybe we can brush the microphone and brush the thing. That doesn't sound like anything. That's like nothing. Oh, what about that? Rolling joint ASMR. I bet rolling joint ASMR is absolutely a thing. I bet I could do it. I bet I would do it real well. How about a little tip tap? Is that? You like I'm like surprised by it? Sorry. Do you like I'm like surprised by it? ASMR. Deja Blue High. Somebody just decided to make me do ASMR with channel points. So that is what you have come into ASMR. It's just some visual ASMR. I'm just paintbrushing your face. I hear that's a thing. Oh, I should make my mouth noises, right? ASMR mouth noises. I'm the kind of dragon that burns you alive for looking at me. Here, how about a brush on the thing? How do I sing while doing ASMR? Is this how you sing ASMR? You know what you can do is just sing and ASMR at the same time. This is me singing and doing ASMR. ASMR and singing. Stroke your horn against the mic. Y'all are getting out of control. Y'all make me read one lusty Argonian maiden, and then you think you can just have me rub my horn against a microphone? You think that's how it works around here? I don't know if I can do it. I can try. I don't know how. Did you hear it? Did you hear it? Was that good? Get sweaty, get floppy, get Friday. Yo, I just spit all over the place. Spit ASMR. Was that good? Should I try it again? It got a little stuck on there. I don't know, should I scratch the box again? I feel like we should scratch the box again, maybe. Yeah, it's good. This is ASMR. Oh, thank God. fuck, dude. 5 minutes feels like a fucking eternity when I'm doing that. I can't. I shout out Kodama Season. He is one of the only ASMR folks that I watch, and that's not even to diss on other ASMR folks. It's just not my genre. But I enjoy Kodama Season a lot. He's wonderful. He's a WoW nerd. That said, holy shit, how do you do that? I like people that do ASMR streams do this shit for like 3 to 5 hours. How? It is a long time, but it's also 15K. Oh no, it's totally, I'm fine with it. It just feels like an eternity when you're on this side of the computer, Sunny. Oh, I hope that satisfied your ASMR desires. Deja Blue, I hope you enjoyed my whisper song. Oh god, that wasn't you. Sorry, Senny. I hope that satisfied your ASMR desires. You. The headdress has a lot going on. It does. It's a whole thing. We've got antlers. We've got horns. The horns I made. The like ram's horns I actually made. And then the rest I just kind of, as one does. So anyway, gotta slip off to bed. You horny lizards, behave now. Spatty, it's good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you for being a great mod. You go get some sleep. It's always so good to have you here. Oh my god.
You donated $20. You're so horny. Ha ha ha.
You are so horny. You all. For late night Friday streams combined with Skyrim, combined with lusty Argonian maids. It's like a whole thing. It's like a whole thing. Thank you for the $20. I appreciate it. I guess I technically have horns. You fucking heathens. I guess I have horns, if that's what you mean. Respectfully. All right, we're gonna end tonight. We're finishing this. We're gonna end with Kobold and the Dragon. The Kobold and the Dragon. Okay? I think it's called the Kobold and the Dragon. I could be wrong. Oh, maybe it's not the Kobold. It's just the Cold and the Dragon? I spelled it wrong. In my defense, I spelled it wrong. You play Dragon Age? You look like Flemeth. I don't play Dragon Age. I honestly, I just knew I had horns. I knew that I had a Gandalf the Grey wig. I went to Michael's and was like, I'm gonna buy some, Halloween shit and just put it on there. And then the makeup. So these symbols on my cheeks are conjuration, the symbol for conjuration in Skyrim, and the one on my forehead is illusion, so the different schools of magic. So there was some forethought into it, but also I was just like, I want to look cool. Mainly I wanted to look cool, but this was kind of the thought. But now, Deja Blue, I am curious. I want to look up that person. Take candle. Kolb and the Dragon. That's what it is. Do I have Flemeth vibes? Okay, I'm gonna look her up. I love a badass. Flemeth. Ooh, she does look badass. She looks very cool. I'm here for that. I'm down with that. Oh, she looks great. Oh, I love her. She's got lots of horns. Yeah. No, she looks great. She looks great. I'm here for it. I'll take it. I'm totally down. Wait, how do we here? Hold on. We need to get the beginning. We're at the end. We need to get the beginning. There we go. Okay. Morally great anti-hero. Love that. I'm into that. We all love a good anti-hero, right? Well, that was like, okay, so we read The Wolf Queen earlier. She's an anti-hero for sure. 100% an anti-hero. Okay. Horde symbols, they are not. But they do kind of look like them. I can see that. Okay, are we ready, team? I need your help. This is an audience participation situation. I need your help to tell me what to do. Okay? Love to watch play through Dragon Age. That's what, you know what's funny, Ulfgar? That's one that's like not even on my radar. But like, I'm down. I'll do it. You know what? Okay, let's talk real quick. Being on Steam and having a wish list is fucking dangerous. You know why it's dangerous? Because then Steam will alert you of when said game is on sale, right? So I ended up buying Horizon Zero Dawn because it was only $20, and normally it's like $50. And I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna buy it. But this has nothing to do with what you said, except for the fact that it's probably gonna just hang out in my Steam inventory along with a myriad of other games that just kind of hang out in my Steam inventory. Point of story though, Dragon Age I should look into. Favorite game of all time outside of WoW? Okay, so wait, so is it like an RPG? Like what? I genuinely, guys, I've heard of it, but I don't even know gameplay wise like what it is. How to play HZD, Horizon Zero Dawn. That's why I bought it, because I had watched Red Sonja play it a little bit, and like it's always been one that, see, Horizon Zero Dawn has always been kind of on my radar. So when I saw that it was only $20, I was like, I gotta do this. So at some point on stream, we'll probably do some Horizon Zero Dawn. At some point, it's an RPG. Okay, I love me an RPG. Obviously, lots of good lore. Okay, all right. Maybe that's the next thing. Funny too. Okay. I'm down. You're selling me, Ulfgar. Classic BioWare RPG, but more third-person WoW. Okay, yeah. Party-based combat, heavy focus on companions as part of the story. Okay, and it's single player. It's not like MMO. That's good to know. Romanceable companions? I got way too excited about that. Like Mass Effect. Okay, because I've been watching, do you guys know Iwi? I've been watching Iwi play through Mass Effect, and that has been super fun. I know Red Sonja, who I just mentioned, I know that she's played through Mass Effect, but Iwi's currently playing through it. Highly recommend. Iwi's one of my favorite streamers, for sure, 100%. High fantasy, lots of sort of magical politics. Can't think of a better way to put it. No, that totally makes sense. 3, some multi, but it's not the story. Okay, cool. Okay. All right, Dragon Age. Add it to the list. Add it to the list, team. Are we ready for Kolb and the Dragon? Are we prepared? Are you prepared? Am I prepared? Cheers. Okay, Kolb and the Dragon. An adventure for Nord boys. Kolb was a brave Nord warrior. One day, his chief asked Kolb to slay an evil dragon that threatened their village. Go through the mountain pass, Kolb, his chief said. You will find the dragon on the other side. Turn to page 2. Let's see. You are not repaired? I'm not repaired. The story really varies based on the choices you make. I love that. Have you guys ever played, Banner Saga? That's a turn-based RPG that is also like a choose-your-own-adventure novel, and it very much depends on the choices you make. It's beautiful, beautiful animation, beautiful music, just a great time. Let's see. Apparently, I have Dragon Age Origins in my Steam. See, fun gets it. Fun is with me, where it's like I buy all these games during the Steam summer sale or whatever, and then later on I forget that they're there. Okay, so fun story. I at some point bought ESO, didn't even realize it, and Viri, who hangs out here quite a bit, really loves ESO, and was like, Abbers, you gotta get it. And it was on Steam sale the other day, and I looked at it and I was like, oh, Viri, I already own it. I've just never played it. Okay, so Kolb took his favorite axe and shield and walked to the pass, where he found a cold cave, a windy cave, and a narrow trail. This is where I need you all to tell me. Cold cave, give me a 1 in chat. Windy cave, give me a 2 in chat. Walk up the trail, 3 in chat. Go. Go. I've got a 3, I've got a 1, I've got a 2. Fuck you guys. All right, here's what we're gonna do. You know what? We're gonna do this proper. Here's what we're gonna do. Fuck you guys. I'm gonna do a poll. I'm gonna do a poll, and it's gonna be a short one. This is gonna be quick and sweet. So we're gonna go choice. And then it's gonna be cold cave, windy cave, narrow trail. Okay, this is gonna, you literally have 1 minute. Go. 1 minute. If you don't see it, refresh your screen, make your choice. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. It's gonna be a quickie. It's gonna be quick. It's gonna be quick. Make your choice. It's gonna be quick. It's gonna be the only way I can do it fair. And also, if you've got channel points and you want to waste your channel points this way, I will allow it. I will allow it. We'll let you do it. Okay, let's see. Ooh, so far, Cold Cave and Narrow Trail. Ooh, Narrow Trail is edging out Cold Cave. It's real close though. No one gives a fuck about the Windy Cave. One person gave a fuck about the Windy Cave. Everyone else was like, fuck that. It's 29 to 24 right now. Narrow Trail versus Cold Cave. Oh, Narrow Trail it is. All right. So we got to go to 12. Hold on. Wait, what? The end? Hold on. 12. Climbing up. Hold on. What? Hold on. Trail is 12, right? Climbing up. Okay. Climbing up. Kolb found a camp. He met a wise man who shared bread and showed 2 paths to the dragon's lair. One went through the hills, the other went through a marsh. Hills or marsh? Here we go, team. Hills or marsh? Sunny, that was you? That's okay, Sunny. That's okay. Hills or marsh, team? Here we go. We got another choice. Hills? Oh my god, I can't spell hills. Marsh. Ready, set, 1 minute. Go. Hills, marsh. Oh no. All right, how we looking? Marsh is winning 60% to 40%. It's not too late for the Hills people, but so far Marsh is winning. We'll see what happens. Oh, 50-50, gang. It's real close. We shall see. We'll see what happens. So far it's 50-50. I don't know. You got a couple seconds left. Don't make me be the tiebreaker. You're gonna make me be the tiebreaker. Oh, Hills! Right at the end! Hills wins. Okay, Hills, 3. Okay, take the Hills, 3. Okay, I understand. Okay, all right. Okay, 3. So Kolb stepped onto a rocky hill. He could see the dragon sleeping below and a tavern off a road nearby. Climb down, visit tavern. Okay, here we go. Choice. Climb down. Visit. Oh my god. Tavern. Why can't I type? Ready, set, 1 minute. Climb down, visit tavern. Go. Make your choices. This is great, by the way. Thank you for participating. I've thought about this too. I've thought it'd be really fun to do like a choose your own adventure thing. Or, okay, I love Skyrim. I like Skyrim too. I loved Banner Saga so much. Sunny hung out quite a bit when I was playing through Banner Saga. I loved it so much and I would love to replay it. But it'd be really fun to replay it specifically with the choices being made by chat rather than me making the choices, that would be a really interesting replay. So if that's something you're interested in, it would be this. It would be just like quick pulls like this. That'd be kind of fun. Could be kind of fun. Also, these horns are they're very Banner Saga. They're very Banner Saga. The gold frame art. Oh, I Googled fantasy frame and stole it from Adobe. I just Googled fantasy frame and then I photoshopped it so that it was a frame. Tavern! We're going to the tavern. Yeah. I Googled it and then I removed the background. Yeah. And they were like, oh, there's watermarks. And I was like, are there, bitch? Are there? Adobe's gonna sue me now. Okay. To the tavern we go. 14. Kolb stopped at the tavern to rest before fighting the dragon. High elves ran the tavern, however, and poisoned his mead so they could steal his gold. Mwah, mwah. Guys, we died. We died at the tavern. F's in chat for all of us. Team, this has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to everyone that donated channel points to make this happen. I told you to go to the cave. This has been really fun. If you liked this, let me know. We can absolutely do another Skyrim reading stream. I had so much fun. I'm totally down. Good job, boys. Get sweaty, get floppy, get Friday. That said, dear children, let's go see who we're gonna raid. Where are we gonna pass this love off to? Tomorrow, I will be making a death night with T. Miller. So if you want to come hang out, I'll be streaming tomorrow. And then Sunday, I will be doing Wikipedia with me. We're on the letter Y. We are 2 letters away from being done with Wikipedia with me season 1, which is amazing. So if you want to hang out on Sunday, give me your best Y topics. If you want to come hang out tomorrow and watch me play WoW, you can do that. Let's see who's online and where we're gonna go. I was gonna say Baba Share Show is online. Nicole Rohr is online. I'm never online this late. It's so funny. Nom Nom's online. Is April Kit Kat still going? No, she not. She done. Should we go hang out with Baba? Do you guys want to? I was gonna say either Baba or Nicole Rohr. Nicole Rohr is playing Dead by Daylight. She's great. Should we go hang out with Baba? Let's go hang out with Baba. That sounds delightful. If you don't know Baba Share Show, he is one of the original devs for World of Warcraft. He was one of the quest designers, and he recently got back into doing some like dev kind of stuff. Yeah, he's also a poker extraordinaire. I spelled his name wrong. That's always exciting. Hold on, make sure I know how to type things. He's currently playing 7 Days to Die. And he's just great. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. Let's see. Good night, Vanessa Dream. Thank you, Ulfgar and Fanaria and Deja Blue and Cactus and Soul Sickness. Y'all are very sweet. Thank you so much. God, thank you again for all the gifted subs. Spatty and Gimp and Tantive and Ulfgar and Ute. I hope I didn't miss. And Soul Sickness. Y'all are beautiful. I will see you tomorrow. Okay. Okay, love you, bye. See you, bye. Love you, bye. Thank you again. It's very fun. Y'all are very sweet. I love you very much. And we'll do something like this again in the future, okay?
What's up, Abbers? How are you?
Okay, bye.